Hello, gamers. Yeah, we're waiting for... Everyone's waiting now for... I mean, I did lower bracket, I guess. Which hero finds himself in. Wow! Hero lost against whoever Sunrise is. Completely unknown. Don't even know where the country is from, but he played Terran. Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff coming out of the patch, am I right, fellas? Actually, there is one good thing. And that is that this is probably the most that Zerg has appeared in the Monday Night Weekly. Ever. So. Oh. Yeah, you watched Hero versus Geralt? No. Hero, that was in the bottom bracket, Barrett. Sunrise then lost to Young Yakov. Then he lost to Nicaract, so the the upsetter is already out of the tournament. Good stuff. Good stuff. So, yeah. Got a little... Little long PVT going on here. Classic versus Hero Marine is getting into the late game. Isn't that exciting? To be fair, Clem did just lose to a 2-base Ling Roach all-in. Which he also would have if the same build orders and lack of scouting would have happened in the live tournament. But anyway. Oh yes, we're evaluating the PTR. We're judging people who like the PTR. If you're gonna come in and be like, I hope that I get to talk about how much I've enjoyed the extra 2 minutes of downtime with my fellow StarCraft fans. Oh, you're gonna be very disappointed. Apparently, Zerg is just really good. So, this is the most Zerg we've had, I think, signed up. Geralt even played Zerg, actually. Hero played Terran. So, that happened. Yeah, this has got to be the least amount of Protoss in months, if not maybe years. That's... yeah. We did it, Reddit. We did it! If I do a video about the entire history of larva economy, that'd be a much shorter video, actually. I'm not sure. Well, I'm sure there's people who have done analysis about, you know, what the larva should actually do, especially injected larva. But, there hasn't been a colossal change to larva outside of reducing it for the 12 worker start. Lost all of them, but I won 1 TVZ because Battle Cruisers. When you got the achievement, yeah. When you feel proud of yourself, if you actually want to have achievements, you can just play on the PTR. Yeah, that would be the video. For 16 years, the larva economy was basically fine. To make it interesting, you have to just talk about macro mechanics in general, which is just like a whole thing, isn't it? And I do feel like if I had to choose a super ambitious attempt to change the pacing of StarCraft 2, if I had to choose, like gun to my head, I think I would choose to once again try and remove the macro mechanics. Or lessen their severity. And, yeah, balance around that. Rather than what they're trying to do. And, like, either way, you know, I would be like, nah, don't do it. Because I don't believe Blizzard would actually... I don't believe that they would actually fix it and spend the time fixing it, but we're talking about what would actually really change the game. There's a lot of other things to be done. And this is the crux of my argument, honestly. Like, the economy video, I'm glad people really enjoyed it. And people, looked into the research provided, and they learn about this whole field of study that existed, But at the end of the day, really my point, because I'm not super data brained, I'm not someone who's going to understand all those graphs and all those articles. The point for me is more just, we had 6 workers once. And being in between 6 and 12, I don't think is going to make any difference. But, like, 6 workers also had the same problems. Maybe even... Hard to say if it was 6 workers or, I guess a combination of the increased minerals and gas. But we already did it, and it wasn't that great. And it just feels like people are really missing out on that whole idea. Remove Nexus Mothership recall, give Warp Prism recall for units under it instead of making a warp field. That actually is a pretty cool one. I do actually really like that. That's actually, like, I think a really... I'm sure there's going to be some problems with it the more that people think of it. But currently, that actually sounds pretty damn cool. Because I think the idea of having to trade off the ability to defend home by potentially, like, offensively warping in, or in this case, like, recalling in, it feels like the right trade-off, right? Whereas the only downside to warping in a lot, well, I mean, not the only downside, but the downside to warping in a lot in a warp prism is the chance that you use all your gateways. And then you don't have the ability to warp in, but you can still recall, potentially, the units you just warped in. And obviously, like, if you miscalculated, then you could lose a lot as well, but... then again, recall would still exist, so... Kind of feels like there isn't a downside, and you consider that. I do think at the end of the day, in Legacy of the Void as a whole, I think actually did a really good job of making Protoss feel less bullshit. As a certified Protoss hater in Wings of Liberty, and part of the Swarm probably. Well, that's a battle and a half, isn't it? Classic still wins. He has economy. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, Legacy of the Void, I think, actually did fix the serious amount of bullshit that Protoss felt like. Like the just defend into a death ball and move across the map. And the offensive warp-ins. But I feel like the Warp Prism is the remnant kind of bullshit feeler of Protoss. I'm sure people are going to say, like, Storm feels pretty bullshit. And those are just, like, chargeless. Yeah, they are chargeless zealots. That's 25 minutes without charge. Way to go, man. Surprised Pig is awake. His sleep schedule is really messed up. Looks like S2 production was just updated. What do you mean? What is SC2 prod? Oh. Live. What does prod mean? That could have been the, like, definitely not unheard of for them to have mini updates in preparation for the bigger update later. It's also could just be something really random, like someone in co-op finally went and fixed something. But since my suspicion since they announced this patch was that they're going to do basically the last thing they did last time, I would go ahead and say that's further evidence that they're just gonna push this through. I know I'm a little biased, but I feel like the very vocal people who are in support of this patch, particularly the 8 workers, have really proven themselves to be very stupid. Not everyone. That's why I said the most vocal. And I feel like their opinion should weigh a lot less. And all the smart people whose opinions matter don't like the patch. I might be a little biased. Good lord. Only a little, only a smidge. You can't tell me if you like the patch and particularly the worker change. You're gonna tell me that you really appreciate having, hold on, this guy be one of your most vocal supporters. This guy with this take. You can be, you at least gotta admit to being really embarrassed. They're like, yeah, people who are supporting us aren't doing us any favors. Like, this is a embarrassingly bad take. You should feel bad. They also make that she's better at holding links. Nah, that's another guy. That's the guy that I already called out once. Oop. Because this guy just literally, he always posts about Brood War. Sometimes he posts without it being about the woman's scene. And you're like, what's wrong with just posting about the woman's scene in Brood War? Aren't you a feminist? Yes. However, I think the way he does it is really fucking weird. And absolutely just over emphasizes that it's woman. So that guy's not great either. But still a lot better. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta get into a game 3. Alright. I don't know all the Reddit, because Reddit is my social media. You know, people would be like, you're on Reddit too often, and I don't disagree, but then I'm like, what are people doing when, like, they alt-tab? You know, like, you guys are as online and on the computer as I am, so what are you doing when you alt-tab? You looking at, like, tournament results? Like, what the fuck's going on here? And it occurred to me that people actually, like, they, like, just scroll Twitter. or they scroll Instagram, or they scroll Facebook, or Pinterest, or Snapchat, I don't fucking know. Like, all these other social medias, right? So we're all fucking degenerate, addicted to internet and computer. I just chose Reddit. Also, yeah, there's not like there's that many posts on the StarCraft Reddit. Like, I also go to Deadlock subreddit a decent amount, but I don't track any of those posters as of yet. It's very easy when you start looking at threads, especially threads that initially look like they're legit, you know what I mean? You're like, huh, this could be an interesting take. And then you're like, well, this is fucking stupid. Who posted this? And you read it once and you don't really remember. But then the second time you read it, again, you're like, okay, wait, this sounds like this, like a similar, like, writing and also similar complaint. Okay, oh no, it's the same guy. Okay, this person's just dumb. And the third and fourth time, you're just like, oh, it's this guy again. It's not that hard. What am I doing here? I need to raise my audio. Okay, should be good for you guys. All right, in the bottom right, we do have Classic, and in the top left, we do have Gabe, aka Hero Marine. I was gonna redo the title. That's what I was gonna do. All right, so the winner of this is gonna face Solar in a TV or PvZ. Classic did just win a super long macro game. I don't know what happened in game 1, but clearly doesn't want to do that again. Too bad. Proxy Gate's gonna come up. Does Hero Marine actually scout this? He's certainly not SCV scouting. Typically, Terrans don't really want to SCV scout. Is that how software devs feel? There you go. And I've picked up a lot more names since I've also been just, like, having so many moments where I'm just like, I don't even understand how this person thinks this way. And then I look at their comment, I look at the name, and I'm like, okay, this guy. So we're going full all in here. Not just a little max packs, you know. Oh, it's gateways, plural. As many as Classic can afford now that he's finally above 12 workers. Gonna proxy the Cybernex score as well, because you don't have a pylon at home. What else are you gonna do? So very, very dedicated. Would have been awesome to see him also try and, like, mine this out. I mean, it probably, I can say with some confidence, it would 100% not be worth it to send the amount of probes necessary, considering the time that it buys and how few probes you have, but still, it would have been funny. Instead, the Zealots will have to go around, potentially get caught by this Reaper, and I was gonna hold off on actually sending it. Oh, the Reaper is not going to go to the left. Nice use of the brush, by the way. This mechanic they worked really hard on for StarCraft 2. But yeah. Command Center is on the high ground. Good news for Hero Marine, who's about to discover, hey, wait a second. That's not near enough. That is not enough units. Immediately goes home, builds a bunker. Already has the wall. Reactor finished means he can repair it. This is already a very strong start to the defense for Hero Marine. Good targeting on the SCV building the bunker. Certainly, like, let's say 4 SCVs should die. But if that's all, when you have a command center that'll actually finish, that's really, you know, when Classic eventually is forced to give up on this all-in, he's gonna have 3 structures, pretty important ones, just gonna die. Just like that one Marine, which wasn't supposed to happen there. A little mistake from Hero Marine. There he goes. It was actually 6 SCVs. And the spot. All right, yep. I said Classic about to give up this all-in. This all-in right now is actually working. Busting the supply depot is bad news. Hero Marine is trying to get the units killed, but more units are going to be on the way very soon. He's already lost. Let's make this 13, 14. It's going to be 15 SCVs. Not enough Marines to stop the other units, I would say, either from actually coming up and past the bunker, even if he could fill it. It was a strong start. the strongest start you could really have, I'd say, on the fact that it was a 1-Rex expand, high ground command center. But that is going to be it. Classics all in works. GG's. Brush is actually a cool mechanic. And I do feel like it deserves a little bit more credit. You know, now we're just like, oh, the brush, yeah, whatever. Nah. So this is going to be classic. Potentially playing Protoss. He has so far, but Hero did try Terran instead. Versus Zerg. Wouldn't surprise me if Protosses generally believe that TVZ is better than playing PVZ in particular. Like, PVT is okay-ish. PvP, obviously, this will do. But then PVZ is not winnable. But maybe TVZ is a little more winnable. Because the opinions of this particular patch are that Zerg is rather overpowered. We'll find out. Yeah, I saw David Kim's interview. It was 2 hours. I was really hoping someone would... I don't know, maybe there were chapter markers and I missed it. But I don't really care about his, like, overall philosophy to RTS. Not saying it's not good or that, you know, it's not generally interesting to look to. I personally don't really care about it. I pretty much just want to hear what his opinions were and design processes were for StarCraft 2 in particular. Made the mistake of reading Reddit comments. Oh, is it a mistake? I mean, it's good fun. Especially if you just, you know, you remember not to treat them like human beings, you know what I mean? Like, as soon as your, like, instinct is to be like, this guy is fucking stupid. But then, like, your good person brain kicks in, and you're like, oh, well, that's a mean thing to say. Like, I shouldn't do that. You know, like, they just have a strong opinion. They're just, you know, maybe I should consider that. No! Stick with your gut instinct. Read a comment on Reddit that is just so stupid, and then say, this person's stupid. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah. I feel like, as a whole, some of the patch stuff has made me realize we really don't appreciate StarCraft 2 in its current form enough. Like, there's just so few times I've ever read or heard someone be like, this is a fucking amazing game. I love it. It's always just criticism and how much it could have been better. It coulda, woulda, shoulda. And even though I know that's a generally, just a general issue for, like, any community, actually, not even gaming community, that's, like, microwaves, you know? We'll have someone be like, could have been better. We've never gotten to the peak that was the GE 1000 series. I feel like StarCraft 2 must have it in a particular way, because we were top dogs, you know, on kind of like 2 separate occasions almost, you know? People were first comparing it to Brood War and saying, why aren't you like Brood War? Why aren't you on broadcast television? Why didn't all the Koreans go to it? And then the second thing was like, well, you guys were so popular. You were the best esport. Like, what the fuck happened? Why are you guys so bad now? Where it just feels like some other communities are a little more of the Marge Simpson. I just think it's neat. I was wrong about who this was going to go up to. I knew it was going to go to a Zerg player. I forgot there was a stage before we got to... Oh. Man! Okay. I've never had all the observers leave whenever I was left out. I'm just saying. Clearly, I'm just as important as the person with the most viewers. When you check the history and they ask if Idris still playing. Alright. Alright. But yeah, I just, on the guys talking about the Zerg, you know, there's really not a lot of appreciation about how balanced things generally were. Was there a problem with the amount of Zergs in GM versus the amount of Protosses? Yeah, probably. Was that a balance thing, or was it a design thing? Well, that's always a classic argument, because, you know, Cyril can play the Zerg race so much better than everyone else, but you shouldn't balance around literally the #1 guy. But it does seem like Protoss is just a bit more fun to play. Yeah, sure. Did we have pretty good balance when it came to Premier tournaments? Yeah, I'd say so. Was the overwhelming number of Protoss players in online tournaments because they were the best, or because so many of our top Zergs don't play in them? I don't know. But point is, it was, I would say, it was something that wasn't inherently just like broken 100%. Like now we're like, you know, Age of Empires or Age of Mythology or something, where like one sub-civilization is actually just broken. So you have to start worrying about like banning entire civilizations or something. But it's not impossible to have that happen. And I feel like that's what I feel like some people aren't giving enough credit to. Generally, StarCraft points to balanced over its many years, generally. And if it didn't, then there was usually some promise of an expansion or a significant change. Now there's really not. If the Zerg larva mechanic is actually broken, which is a very real possibility, they're not going to fix it. I have very little faith. Bottom right, classic. Top left, Young Yakov. Is Protoss the easiest race in best of 1? I feel like that's actually been generally accepted to be yes. That actually... But then... I don't know, Legacy of the Void actually really did change that. And that's another thing that again, I don't feel like is given enough credit to. We're so worried about this idea that we skipped the early game, which I understand has some merit, but I feel like is overblown. But anyway, like, we haven't really considered, you know, like I pointed out earlier with the Terrancraft blog, you know, Terrancraft was like, now the 4 racks is the equivalent of the 2 racks. And, you know, that's not necessarily a great thing. And I'm like, well, what if that actually sounds like it is great? Like, Maru being able to open with the 2 racks for as long as he did into a more macro follow-up is actually the game that we kind of want. Everyone's perfect game of StarCraft to watch and to play is a very exciting early game with a lot of pressure and back and forth, into a mid game that has the same amount of back and forth, and then into a late game where you're just like, oh, can you believe this started off with the 2 racks? Oh, it's crazy, man. And now it's the ambition without actually knowing that it's their ambition. This whole, like, we'll make the early game more impactful. If it does, there's also a chance that it just makes it more of a coin flip. As in, once you open up with your build, there is no navigating away from it. It either wins or loses, which, again, some people are very much in support of, but then other arguments could easily be like, that's not fun. That creates a lot of very lame situations. We have young Yakov, by the way, going into some early game pressure. Lings do pop out fairly quickly. Classic was able to successfully wall off, so good news there. And then the Adept pops out, but this is not, the Lings were not it. Alright, the Adept needs to worry about the Lings a little bit, but more so at this point, needs to worry about what the follow-up is. And the Stargate, which it's right there, there it is. The Stargate is also the potential follow-up scout. But then it's also going to be a pretty crucial defense. So you do need to send it out, but then you might be forced to send it back very quickly. Because you just don't have a lot of units. Young Yakov is pretty dedicated on this. The Adept's getting a lot of... That's interesting. Good save. Yeah, okay. I think that was just a mistake, right? I mean, there's no reason. I know the Adept vision... Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, Jesus. I was like, I know the Adept vision is really low, but he must have seen that there wasn't a lot of drones there. He did not see anything else, of course, and then it's a little more ambiguous, you know, they're not going to be as eagle-eyed on, you know, exactly how many drones a macro Zerg should have. When the Adept didn't go check a third base, did it? It just went right into the natural and died. Third Nexus, clearly not the right call. And Classic's gonna realize that right now. Now. He's pretty dead. Second Oracle will pop, to be fair, and we do have the recharge ability. These Oracles, they're gonna do a lot of damage. We got a lot of Lings following this up. Third Nexus will have to be canceled as the first Oracle runs out of juice. The second one will also run out of energy, and that third one ain't popping anytime soon. Gotta focus fire down these the cocoons. There we go. But we are focusing them down. Fortunately, there's those 22 extra Lings. And behind this, young Yakov actually starts up a third base and a couple of more drones. Okay. I feel like either way you sliced it, you could have gone for more units. You're gonna win. Yeah, GG's. GG's. Yeah, woo! I know there was an ad playing for many of you. And I apologize, but you didn't miss anything. Why is Age of Empires becoming so popular? I did mean to respond to that. Big name brand, big casual player base, strong grassroots scene, content creators who do higher effort content. Yeah, I'd say that basically sums it up. Yeah. I think it'd be very difficult to truly compare casual player bases. But I don't think it's unfair to say they have, you know, more casual base. I think the things I would add is that they do actually have more support as well. And as much as the Brood War elitists are just so terribly fucking wrong whenever they try and say that this'll improve StarCraft 2, that'll improve StarCraft 2, they're just constantly wrong about that shit, aren't they? They're also very wrong when they're like, Brood War does it fine without any developer support. So why can't StarCraft? It's inherently a bad game. Got 'em! Logic out. Anyway, it's modern video game era. That's actually just the truth of it, isn't it? And Brood War is not that popular outside of Korea. And I think you do need publisher support. Like, I think it goes a long way for someone to get into the scene to begin with when they hear that a new expansion's coming out. That just immediately gets, like, thousands more people going, oh, I should finally check it out. And then when they're like, oh, I checked it out and I kind of like it, but I don't know, like, you know, there's not gonna be anything new in the future, and like, what if this thing doesn't fix and this thing isn't like, I don't want to invest so much time into this if there's not going to be anything more, and then they bounce. But then Age of Empires is like, hey, new civilization, what's up? Rumors of even Age of Empire 5 coming out, what's up with that? And people are like, oh shit, okay, I'll actually invest a ton of time into this. I just objectively proved that Brood War is a better game. Yeah, what can I say? Their logic is amazing. Yeah, that's true too, absolutely. As Barrett would tell you, Scotland got added. Suddenly StarCraft 2 doesn't matter anymore. But yeah, I think that actually does improve things. That's something that you know, StarCraft will never have. And they'll also... StarCraft will always be kind of this, like, and Warcraft, but I think StarCraft 2 the most will always have this downside that is the tribalness to it. Age of Empires has so many civilizations that, you know, and many of them aren't that different from each other. It just feels like no one's really like, if Scotland's uninvolved, then I'm out. I ain't watching this. But obviously, as soon as the last Protoss dies, people were like, I'm out. StarCraft 2 is inherently an unbalanced game. Protoss didn't make it to the round of 4. It's tough. Back to Haircraft. What's wrong with my hair? But yeah, I think that does it. I think in particular, the developer support and the fact that, yeah, their grassroots just is much better than ours. The content creators made they made their success on YouTube many years ago, and then they actually used that and kind of rolled it into other successes that have turned into other successes, like Twitch stream number successes, which then open up a whole world of possibilities where someone like Grubby will actually be interested in doing stuff with your game because he enjoys it, sure, but also because it does actually make sense for his business. If I, little ZombieGrub here, with like 20 viewers right now, would go up to 4K streamers and be like, I have this really cool idea. Unless there was a ton of prize money involved. I don't think they give a shit. I see no appeal in the Age of Empires campaigns, but I know other people do. I can't speak too much of that. Young Yakov is not going to cheese, at least on 2 bases again. Actually, daring the macro. What's up with that? Means that Classic might actually get to a 3rd base. There's still going to be just an acceleration problem with this larva. Suddenly, Young Yakov is going to jump ahead. And in Protoss versus Zerg, there really shouldn't be that much jumping ahead when it comes to the workers. You know, like a 12-worker difference as the Zerg player is kind of forced to stop on 60 or something, because there is a possibility that Protoss is doing something. You know, that does happen, but usually this is not the one where you're sitting there being like, well, always 8 workers ahead, always 8 workers ahead, because you're counting for mules, and then 12 workers ahead, I guess, whatever. And on top of that, there should be some larva disadvantage when it comes to, like, having just pumped out all the drones you'll ever need. Or popping out army because you need to play it safe. There should be, like, a larva disadvantage in that choice. But that's also, I guess, disappearing a little bit when they get that extra larva less than a second faster. Which, you know, it doesn't sound like a lot until you just contextualize it, which people have done. And I wish I remembered the numbers. It's really, actually be very helpful if I did. Should go to that, I should find that Reddit post who's by a smart person who doesn't think the patch is good. And remember the numbers that they gave. But anyway. Oh, the hair, that's right. We had that hair discussion in Zero Space. Good times. So Classic is doing what a lot of Protosses are definitely at least experimenting with. I don't know if every one of them has agreed to go full hog into this fleet beacon thing, but it's not very surprising, is it? Like, am I going to say that every Protoss versus Zerg or Terran game is going to be into Stargate capital ships? No, I don't think that. I mean, we haven't seen that literally every single game. Will more of them do that? Yes. Will a lot more of them do that when the patch is still being figured out? I would say fuck yes. Just because, yeah, the warp gate changes are still kind of obnoxious to handle, even though they've changed it a bit. So that doesn't cost as much, and they've tweaked the numbers, but didn't actually give us the numbers. Makes no sense. 6 drones, by the way, did go down, which is a pretty good amount for what was thrown at the Zerg here. Young Yakov making a mistake, but it's okay. Get back into droning. Does need to worry about the capital ships on the way, which it seems like he knows about. It hasn't really seen a lot, just literally that Void Ray Oracle opener, but not a second Oracle. Didn't see any Adepts or Stalkers, I think, when the Lings actually ran by. And they saw, like, an oddly cautious shield battery, which might have been a little sign, too. And, well, there you go. There's the first true confirmation on the carriers. But yeah, so the warp gate changes are going to make it be like, oh, I don't know, like, is the same kind of, you know, adept attack going to work? You know, is it going to cost me too much? And then also the resource change, the minerals and gas getting changed to have more, is going to support the idea of turtling more. What they wanted to do, I think, is they wanted to support the idea that you can stay on 1 base a little more, or 2 base a little more, or 3 base a little more, but like with the idea that you're going to be like action-packed during all those phases, right? And that's not really what it encourages so much. Although this is action. We got carriers and a Void Ray in the main base of Young Yakov. Ling Roach coming into the natural. 1 carrier will pop. Actually, the next 2 carriers are going to pop too. This was just a kind of miscellaneous amount of Zerg units while Young Yakov waited for the true unit, the Corruptor. The Corruptor is on the way, so Classic does get the heck out. So you can see Young Yakov did go after the probes eventually, so 8 of them did go down. Even though there was 1 carrier out, not a lot of interceptors, and no upgrades on them either, so this did take a while to clean up, actually. And there you go, now cleaned up. 12 probes went down. Young Yakov coming out ahead by 13 workers. Make that a little more because they're going to have a bunch pop out. Oracle dies. 5 carriers. Yeah, I'd say, 5 carriers, maybe 8, plus 1 shield battery up against what has become quickly 19 Corruptors. I don't know if Young Yakov feels confident enough to actually go after these carriers. Actually, there's more of defense over here. Probably not, and this would be a bad timing for it too. Well, maybe it's worth the trade. It's probably worth the trade, actually. Yeah, all right, never mind. It's worth the trade. Definitely worth the trade, even though this was hitting as +1 was gained by the carriers. Yeah, it's just every capital ship you take down. I mean, unless you're losing like 5 Corruptors for every capital ship or something, it's probably pretty good. And then, so we reduced the capital ship numbers by 3. Classic needs to respect the Corruptor count continuing to build. It needs something that's usually a little stronger against Corruptors, which would be the Void Ray. Researching Void Ray upgrades as well. The Corruptors will try and pee on things. But this is a pretty nice setup for this 4-base situation. You can respond pretty quickly to whatever base is being attacked. Doesn't make for a very dynamic game, though. Without gate unit changes. Yeah, I mean, I really actually do not mind the warp gate experiments. If, again, 1, I believe that they would fix it if it isn't a good idea. Which, and 2, I guess, like, if they had continued to experiment on it, you know? The worker change I was never on board with, ever. In my eyes, it's painfully obvious that it won't actually do much to StarCraft 2, one way or another. It has far more of a chance of actually just destroying StarCraft 2, considering that it's trying to go against 10 years of macro changes and balance changes, but whatever. But the warp gate, I could at least kind of see like the why. The goal being to change the kind of defender's advantage. It feels a little unfair at times. And then it could be exciting if they did change the actual units. Instead, we just get, the warp gate's going to cost you, and then your units build faster, which I don't think is nearly as exciting. As if suddenly the Stalker, was better this way or that way or whatever. We're seeing a lot of trading going on. Young Yakov is grabbing a 5th base up to 104 workers. 104 workers. Ret levels. Which, by the way, just in case you don't know this, okay? So first of all, many of you probably understand the reference to a single degree, but just a reminder. Even in Heart of the Swarm Wings of Liberty, Ret was rather unique in that he would go to 100 or over 100 drones. It's not that no one ever would besides Ret, but this isn't... We're seeing some ideas that maybe, like, more workers will actually make more sense in this new economy. Maybe, but this isn't actually exactly what you would usually see from literally everyone. Unfortunately, it looks like Classic's late-game army attempt has been failing as we've been talking. Nice of Young Yakov to grab the Carapace upgrades fast, so already going up to +2. It's going to match the attack upgrades of the Stargate units. Hive is on the way. I mean, Classic, he's definitely not dead. This actually, yeah, it just did a drive-by Void Ring. And then recalls out where those Corruptors can respond. Certainly a good use of them. Well, Classic does hold on to 5 bases, actually. So even though his carrier count has been almost entirely reset, it's not over. But let me just go ahead and discuss the history of the Turtle Protoss. Which is that, once again... When Legacy of the Void was released, I mean, one of the things that was majorly complained about was the ability to turtle. And they agreed. They were like, you're right, like, turtling on limited number of bases. And the way that Zerg, or the StarCraft 2 economy works to not make out expanding them feel quite as impactful. We want to change that. And they did. But we're kind of moving a little bit more back to what was Heart of the Swarm. Which wasn't that great of an expansion. Tremendous commentary. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, imagine if they added the Archon toilet in. It might be totally, completely broken. The dumbest idea anyone's ever had. But it would at least be a really fun, dumb idea. "24 Corruptors against it is 18 Void Rays. These Vipers are a necessity. Maybe some Fungals as well could help out. I assume we'll eventually see those added on. Young Yakov trying to maximize the economy with the Corruptors. Kind of just outpower the Protoss. This side, it did decrease the capital ships. There's no carriers. Look at one at a time is being built, but we're actually just Void Rays. Void Rays... Very good against Corruptors. Very scary for them to go up against the potential of fungal parasitic bomb. And we are getting there. Vipers juicing up. No Infestors as of yet, but like I said, I feel like eventually we're going to add those. We'll get there. And then moving out with your Void Ray cluster is going to be an exceptionally dangerous thing to do. Classic is adding on some ground upgrades, though, as well as maybe some gateways soon. If we're going to bother getting charge and +1, then we're probably going to add on some amount of gateways. Woo, no! Hopefully you're alright. We got the Spore Crawler Zone. Good times. I'm remembering a lot of Scarlet versus Need games right now. There's that parasitic bomb that does a lot of damage. Not a bad split from Classic to mitigate it. Unfortunately, it's going to keep coming. Void Rays also kind of need to work around prismatic alignment, so you gotta be careful about that as well. Okay, half of them once again with it. There's a couple of Vipers going down, but the parasitic bomb did in fact hit. It's still going as well. That split comes in at the last second almost. Still 18 Corruptors in the sky. Queen's coming along here to help out as well as some transfuses, and the damage isn't bad from them. And Classic is going to have to be reset again on his Stargate unit counts. The Mothership Cloak, I guess they'd help for a second, I guess, but it's targeted down. With the Queens and more Corruptors on the way, Classic is finally forced to recall. Will not quite lose those last few units, but Lings, are they Cracklings? They are not. That's all right. Still going to jump on top of the probes. Kill the Nexus, certainly. And as I said, Classic has reset that Stargate unit count, which is quite expensive. Young Yakov also took some blows. Holy crap. 73 Corruptors died? I would have guessed 40? 73 I mean, I guess they've been the fighting forces the entire time, actually. This isn't one of those, like, there was some amount of ground play, and then we moved into Corruptors. They've been dying for 10 minutes. Banelings crashing into the static defense is a good option to add on here. Still no Infestors, though. The Corruptors, maybe want to rethink with the cannons and the shield batteries kind of helping out. The Lings are doing a ton of work anyway. Let them do that. Maybe come in later when more Corruptors are here. Maybe include the Viper as well. Young Yakov on 88 drones, by the way. He's going to need to continue expanding and transferring drones. You don't want to get so caught up in the attack that you've been oversaturated and you don't have that bank you expect to when you look back at things. Why is 73 a funny number? Okay, RuneScape players, I am not one of those nerds. Loco would understand. 31 Corruptors again. Queen's starting to try and make a trail of creep. They are very helpful. If you can get them on the front lines, more power to you. Literally. Storm is a fantastic option that Classic has finally been able to tack on here. Remember, because they also had to get gateways, so those finally came in as well. Gateways, not yet warp gates. By the way, Neural Parasite got buffed, basically, against carriers. What was it? It was like... Ah, man. It was a bug fix. Was it that occasionally the interceptors wouldn't work correctly if you actually controlled the carrier? This kind of looks like the dive, the one in a mighty dive that Zerg wants to do, but that was not it. Storms were available, and young Yakov forced to flee. A lot of bruised Corruptors needing those transfuses, and then forced to, of course, make a bunch more. He's also got this additional technology that we might see come into play. The Ultralisk Cavern has been done for a while, and actually researching, but I guess a couple added on can help tear down these High Templars. Yeah. Some guy trash talked the PvP and got hit with 73 damage. We thought it was funny. Things were simpler back then, but just a reminder at how every generation had something really stupid that they laughed at. So whenever you laugh at the youngins for saying 6-7, just remember, you did stupid shit too. $9,000, which was actually 8,000 in the comics, and then they just changed it for who knows why. No way, yes way. Really? Oh, really? Really? Patch confirmed live on NA Ladder. That's so funny. Well, my suspicion was true. You know, it's kind of funny. They, like, lengthened the time of the supposed initial testing of PTR 1. And then, severely shortened the testing. I mean, it was a week that they gave the second iteration of the Storm before it went live anyway. So you see a big old fight happen. It really seems like young Yakov losing control of the situation. Protoss has gotten to certainly their endgame composition. Storm, Archon, Carrier, Void Ray with the Mama Ship. The young Yakov forced to build a lot more, I mean, maybe too many Ultras. 8 in total coming out here to try and bust down the ground army that is being reinforced with Immortals. Classic certainly no stranger to the late game PvZ. They nerfed Queens to 175. Alright, that'll fix it. And Larva is still as fast as it is here. I feel like a lot of things have already killed StarCraft. A lot of things have contributed to StarCraft 2 not being, you know, as popular as it once was. This was supposed to make it more popular. I can say with some certainty that it has not. This was closer than I thought it was going to be. That's still a lot of carriers left over, however, and young Yakov is going to tap out. It's funny that we're still allowed to play on PTR. Like they would shut it down. Kick us off. I assume there will be an announcement that it's live, and we'll see if that announcement has anything else included, like this is just to get more testing. I should have checked. Over under 150 corruptors. Well, 73 died the point at which I said it did, and then we watched another, like, what, 6-7 minutes? I'm still gonna say a bit under, actually. I'm gonna say, like, 140 died. Damn, we didn't look, though. Here's the patch notes, guys. Bottom left, you do have Classic. Top right, it is young Yakov, who is throwing out the ellipses, but I'm not sure why. Yeah, okay, so he did pick up on that. Right. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. There's always like a small chance that my pessimism was incorrect. You know? But now that it's finally official, there's a lot of things that can be commented on. I think the Protoss are going to be really, really screwed. Damn, the amount of bugs fixes is insane. Hello. So it looks like we had a pro block, yes? Now Yakov takes the third. Can't believe they pushed it through. Obviously I could believe it because I guessed it, but it still is. It's still shocking. Oh, I gotta find two more letters. The warp gate channel workers. I needed more time. I can just say more time. There you go. Tweet made. So your night should make you unreasonably happy. Oh, thank you. Well, isn't that what happened last time? I mean, there was... It kind of sounds familiar that they pulled it away from NA once after they accidentally pushed it. Is that actually how it went down last time? I think it is. It's not even just that NA got it first. I feel like NA got it, and then they pulled it, and people were like, okay, they made a mistake, and then they pushed it officially to everything. So, yeah, that's funny. You know, in one of my first tweets about the patch 3 weeks ago, I referenced Battlestar Galactica, which I don't know if anyone picked up on. But I'm feeling even more of it. All of this has happened before, and all of it will happen again. So in 8 months' time, expect another surprise StarCraft 2 patch. The Cyclone one, there was another patch that was way weirder, yes. I guess that was Cyclone 1. Ooh. That's nice. That's actually a classic fake out. Classic. So it goes for a lot of the gas as the Lings got in there. And then was actually, I believe, already building a Twilight Council, so this was a... I'm not going to say it was necessarily on purpose to let the Lings through, but it was... It could have been a changed mind either way. But certainly the 2 gases open up the possibility of it being another 2 mass Stargate option. And it actually not being the situation here. That's going to be a surprise for young Yakov. We'll see how much he dedicates to this this perceived double gas take. Ooh, a lot. Ooh, a lot. Am I Starbuck? Do I die and actually come back as an angel and lead you guys to Earth? Perhaps. We'll see. Well, this is very, very bad news for young Yakov, who's about to be hit by a Charge Lot's dedicated attack with warp gates, presumably, right? With the warp prism coming along the way. And he's going to be trying to get to Corruptors, even if he catches wind of this at the last second and goes, oh shit. To build mutas into this would still be very awkward. Obviously, Zealots can't shoot up, but the Zealot numbers will be so much that the mutas just should not stop all the chaos that will ensue and favor Classic as he says, oh, it's mutas, let me quickly go into Blink and start warping in Stalkers. It's gonna go down. Yakov's still not actually seeing anything that tells him it's not Stargates. Here comes an Overseer, however, this will be his first little clue as he was about to build up the Spire. Thankfully, he waits for the Scouts. Mutas will be coming out. If he had gotten for Corruptors, I mean, forget about it. Forget about it. Forgot about the dead bit? Oh yeah, spoilers. Sorry. But this is such a bad scenario. Like I said, the mutas are going to have to stop a lot of chaos. Zealots can get into a lot of different places. It's possible Classic, loses the Warp Prism. All the Zealots are only in one base. And then the mutas do actually clear things up. Case in point, Warp Prism is going to go down, but the Zealots coming in from multiple directions, well, they can't go too far apart from each other. They need to worry about the amount of Lings. Young Yakov still able to amass enough Lings here to help out. Not just the mutas coming out. The Zealots not doing as much as I thought they would. Thought they'd get a little more into that natural base, maybe even hit the main with the Warp Prism. Instead, the Zealots are mostly concentrated in one space. The mutas are able to immediately take out the Warp Prism. And for all of Classic's hiding of his situation, it looks like the consideration of mutas, the Spire, was not had by him. Trying to go into Phoenix now. Difficult call, actually. Does he add a second Stargate? He's got the option to start going for Blink, I guess. Doesn't actually have enough gas for it, while trying to pump out these Phoenix. Only still on 3 gases. Young Yakov. Okay, barely saving a hatchery. Apparently, the Void Ray saw the opportunity to go for a snipe. Wow, that was really close. isn't going to be able to grab it. Another Warp Prism is going to be created, which I actually really like. Classic has enough minerals, but is missing the gas. So if he did start Blink, for instance, he couldn't even warp in that many Stalkers. But a Warp Prism, use the minerals, and hopefully distract young Yakov so you can build up something a little better here. Stalkers are being produced. Still no Blink on the way. Hydras, Baneling Hydras are now the choice here for young Yakov. Not going to further dedicate into the mutas, which Classic would love to know about. But it is, yeah, just going to struggle to actually get that information. I'm actually a secret Cylon. Well, Starbuck wasn't a Cylon. She was a who knows what. She was a very much, they did not plan on having more than one season of Battlestar Galactica. But her husband was. That is a lot of zealots. And I mean, Classic never got gases, right? So this is just the last hurrah to hope that it works out, catches young Yakov, building too many drones, but he had built all the drones he really wanted. Going into Baneling Hydra and holds this, well, not without losing the third, to be fair. Still overall holds this pretty easily. Phoenix gotta be careful, there's two of them down in it. Oh, that one barely survives. We're gonna have Hydra range, +1 missile. Well, maybe we don't need the flyer attack anymore, or we could just let that go. 78 drones, going up to now 5 bases against Classic's 59 probes. So he was mineral saturated for a long time, but delayed those gases trying to get another attack in there. At least killed the hatchery. Now has to deal with apparently some remnant mutas. And just circumvent the Phoenix. Kill the extra probes that were supposed to go into the brand new gases. Classic is going to have a very tough time affording the army he'll need for the rest of this game, but he is not done trying. Another Zealot run by, I believe? That wasn't a Warp Prism. Just trying to go for this third hatch. Not going to let him have it. Forced to cancel, but young Yakov does at least have a fourth that he can send his drones over to. Upgrades will always be in favor of the Zerg player as well. Numbers across the board, all in favor of young Yakov, including the minerals and gas. Even though he keeps on losing access to his third. Just got all these probes. You reckon she was supposed to be an angel? Yes, but she did a lot of... I mean, she's also kind of like Jesus, I guess. They literally did not actually expect to go beyond like one season. They actually did not plan anything. So, to give them any credit for anything, this is a little generous. GG's. GG's. Like, they really, the whole, like, hammering in the first season and second season about the god, the monotheism versus the polytheism, that seemed like it was going to be an important feature, was just like, never mind. So Classic, you know, might just go and, I don't know. Oh, he could go to the lower bracket, to be clear. He could go to the lower bracket, which, by the way, Clem played Protoss versus Terran, and Terran won. So Nicaract is going to face the winner of GG Machine versus Classic, if Classic plays. If Classic, who had just lost a game right after hearing that the patch that seems pretty bad for Protoss has been pushed to live, if he just, like, quits and goes in, like, to the nearest 7-Eleven and buys, like, a pint of ice cream, I wouldn't blame him. I would not. You don't remember anything about Battlestar Galactica? I'm actually kind of a little surprised I remember this much. I have tried to rewatch it, but then I'll, like, watch, like, the first season, basically, and then just kind of... things will happen, and I'll just forget to keep watching it. So I'm a little surprised I remember this much. I guess it helps that I reference it and play the board. I haven't played the board game in a while either. Just Classic sitting in front of his computer, his webcam, eating a bowl of ice cream, silently crying. Natsmana, thank you for the 15 months. Say able to start rewatch and only find out the only streaming platform. Oh. Oh no, the timing. Yeah, that sucks. It is insane. It is insane that they did this, but also not unexpected. I fucking called it. I am the Oracle. Although I wasn't even thinking 3 days. I mean, that's... Like I said, it seems... Okay, so what I think happened... Here we go. What happened was the intern pushed out the first PTR. And he was like, job done. Way to go, intern. Then, 3 weeks later, the intern is, like, working on, like, Warcraft, which he obviously loves more, right? And then someone's like, are we forgetting something? And he's like, oh, fuck! And he pushes out the next PTR. But at the end of the day, the actual live was always going to be pushed today. So he just missed the timing to release the second one. Because other than that, I feel like this is almost the exact same timeline as the last patch that happened, which is around like 3 weeks to have it pushed to live. It was pushed surprisingly, and then we were like, oh my god, Blizzard's paying attention. And then there was like a week and a half-ish, I feel like, of testing. Then there was the second PTR, and we were like, okay, cool, they listened to feedback. And then it pushed like a week after that. It just went live without any warning whatsoever. And I feel like the timeline is very similar, but yeah, the time of which they released the second one is like, that was pushed back. The patch buffs creep? Yes and no. Depends on what you mean by buff, because it just, the spread and recede rates have been increased. Which I would argue is more of a buff, just to be clear. But, you know, technically it also recedes as fast, so... The larva respawn rate from 9 to 9.5. So it's a little closer to what it was. Wait. What was it PTR 2? No, I know it was 10.7 originally. I'm talking about the first patch. It was 9. Okay, so they bumped it up a little closer. Oh, that's interesting. I must have... I actually already thought that it was a bit under a second or a bit over a second. I didn't realize it was a full... I don't know, it was almost 2 seconds. I didn't... That's not how I remembered. So, okay. So they listened to a little bit of feedback, and they're like, we're just going to withdraw it a little bit, but we still have no idea if that's enough. This is bad. This is bad, guys. This is bad. This is bad. This is very bad. This is catastrophically bad. I really hesitate to ever say the death of StarCraft, because, you know, that's a lot. I'm not opposed to saying it, though, actually. Oh yeah, I'm in the chat channel they're talking about. Waffles, yeah. it's all in the MNW chat. No, here's the thing, right? I think as far as people playing the ladder, I said this wasn't going to move the needle one way or another that much, and I still pretty much believe that. The amount of people who really appreciate the worker change will be like, great, and people who don't will maybe leave, but like they'll balance out, because it won't be that much one way or another in that regard. Actual balance of things, again, but I think what it is going to do, I think what it has already done, is that the very limited esports scene that exists, so let's say that the tournament organizers and the pro players who are still actually trying to be full-time, I think they have just gotten a massive middle finger, and they will absolutely, there is a very strong chance that many of them will choose this time to stop doing StarCraft. Like, I know everyone made fun of Wardy for being dramatic right off the bat, but in a world where this is already hanging by a thread as far as your ability to have full-time StarCraft, you wouldn't want to do anything that angers the full-time StarCraft people, right? And not even angers. Like, what if you're just disappointed? I feel like a lot of people are probably, they're initially going to be angry, and then they're going to have to just reconcile with it, and then they're going to just be disappointed, right? But not either way, they're still going to be like, either way, the passion for doing this has really been lost, and they're going to bounce. And any amount of like, well, they must have not have cared about it very much anyway is going to sound really dumb. And any amount of, well, we don't really care about the esports scene anyway, is just going to be like, okay, so what do you care about? I care about my experience on ladder. Okay, has it changed that much? And initially people are going to say, yeah, absolutely it's changed. A bunch of my friends were definitely checking this out. And the people who were saying that 3 weeks ago, their friends are already gone. They already stopped playing. The very, 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 very minuscule amount of people who actually did come back and are like, no, I am enjoying it again. It's like 10 people. Like, what is this actually for? What is this for? Apparently it's for Omni-Skeptic, who was very much sounding like Mensk when he wrote that Discord message, which he went on to say was sarcastic, but I find it, I can't determine in one way or another, because on one hand, an out-of-context Discord message would be very on brand for Reddit. But on the other hand, the first response to when that was posted wasn't a, that was clearly sarcastic, you guys are being assholes. It was a, I'm surprised you chose that message out of all of the things I've ever said. You know, like, which, it wasn't like a defense, it was like that, he just said more stupid shit, like, that's not a defense. But anyways, the concept of the if I enjoy playing again, then I don't care how many other people don't enjoy playing is like very Menk style. I don't think you understand our situation here. It's bad. This is like so bad. And what really is infuriating is like, you know, don't go like yell at Omni-Skeptic, who will never know their actual influence on the patch except for what they say, which is they were the medevac change. We'll never know the other influence. They actually sent it special. It's live. It's out. But yeah, there's no point. We'll never know, so there's no point in like trying to hate on one particular person. And this is why the intern should remain anonymous. But the intern has really fucked StarCraft. And the worst thing about it is not the actual patch itself. It's the complete opposite feeling of, I feel like, where they left us last year, which was like, huh, kind of sucks they just left after the storm, but, you know, it wasn't bad and it didn't change very much, so alright, good attempt. Good attempt, intern, you tried your best. It's now there is someone who thinks they know best for StarCraft and is going to refuse any and all other feedback, and only going to appear every 8 months to do whatever they think is best, no matter, again, the feedback that is given. There was at most, I would feel like, ambivalence after the last time. If, you know, a couple people were actually hopeful last time. This has been a complete 180 of that. There might be a lot of ambivalent people, sure, but there's the strong feelings are going to be the opposite, which is like, we're just fucked. Like, they don't actually care. Why do we keep putting this effort into producing tournaments and pro gamers who actually are still trying to be full-time do their thing when all of their complaints aren't going to be the least bit paid attention to? Like, how are you going to leave the StarCraft community with that feeling? How are you going to be so eyes closed, full speed ahead, Jesus grab the wheel to the community when you don't even have to do anything. You could actually do nothing, and it would be better off. You didn't even have to put the keys in the fucking ignition. Like, I don't understand. What the intern said to an honest question? Oh yeah? You got some deets? Oh no, the intern is real. All the communities call the intern something different. The heroes community calls him the janitor. Isn't that bad of the intern as anonymous considering? No, because their position is not going to be changed whether or not people fucking send them death threats. Alright. And that's what's gonna happen. If they were like, I'm Jim Bob the intern, and I did all of this, they're just gonna get, like, death threats and a bunch of shit, and based on what we've seen, they're gonna ignore everything and rightfully ignore that type of shit, but it's still gonna happen, and I just don't see a world where that's good. Yeah, don't reveal who said it, who it is. Was like, what's the idea behind him bringing more people back? And he said, it's not stuff I'm not gonna get into. Oh! What? Think about the vitriol that David Kim got. Right, and he was just the face of a team at some point, right? Or at all, I think at all points, yeah. Actually, he was still the face of balance, even after he had stopped being a balanced guy on StarCraft. Like, it was like a trickle effect of people being like, wait a minute, is David Kim even still working at Blizzard? Wait a minute, hold on, guys. Who do we blame? There's been a ZVZ in front of me, which, by the way, has actually been kind of cool. So, unlike the PVZs, which were pretty long, this one has actually been a little more back and forth. Solar is winning it. 2 bases to 3. Young Yakov's idea might have been to go into something like a Spire. There it is, but I think the supply is not lying. Patch is live. It got shipped. Yep. I mean, I'm a little surprised at all of you. I mean, maybe you're just having the same, like, feeling I am, which is like, I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised, you know? But if anyone was really, truly believing that they would not ship it after only a few days of testing and in such a potentially abysmal state, like, no way, they wouldn't do it. No. You have more faith in that. Like, you're the crazy ones. You're the naive one. So Madam just say shit, I'm a regret. You're gonna go buy some fruit. You've gotten so level-headed over the years, Special. I'm really proud of you, man. I feel like Special 10 years ago, 100% would say whatever was on your mind. Look at us. Look at us. We're so mature. No, I also want to say some really extreme things, and I'm trying to be a little more tempered, but I think it's really bad. Solar did win that one, by the way. You know, little early pool action. Put Young Yakov in a very awkward position to begin with. Top left, Solar. Bottom right, Young Yakov. The good news is, guys, here's the good news. You ready for the good news? 1. ZVZ will probably be balanced. 2. If you were like, man, we don't see enough ZVZs. We've had PvP dominance for like 3 years. And we just don't see ZVZs anymore. It's like a rarity. Good news. I think y'all are about to see a lot more ZVZ. Utter disaster. It's a disaster. Well, here I was thinking that I would just cast a little PTR patch, basically reiterate how I think all of the changes are pretty worthless, and then end, you know, the finals and be like, all right, let's play some Deadlock or something. And now we can bring out the alcohol, which I won't drink very much of because I definitely got drunk on Saturday night. But we'll bring a little out, and we'll just sit here and complain about Blizzard. This will be the official complaining stream. On a Reddit burner, read it on stream and say I agree, but calm down. Fucking Gigabrain, that's such a good idea. How I have not made an alt account on Reddit yet is actually kind of a mystery. Not specifically to do that, just to be clear. But there's been times where I've been like, I kind of wish I could like communicate with people having like some of the same issues I have. But if I do, then people will be like, wow, ZombieGrub's post history reveals that she does X or Y. And I don't really want to have that happen. And I'm just like, I guess I just won't participate. You know? One Reddit account to rule them all. I could also make my post history hidden, but one, that doesn't actually work if people really want to find out. And then two, that's fucking loser talk. If you always ship, yeah, well, if you say, yeah, you would. You didn't think the pouch would go through? Oh, sweet summer child. I feel like this is the adult version of someone taking away your favorite stuffed animal. Maybe your Binky. You're like, my parents will never get rid of my Binky. I will always have this to depend on. And the parents were like, you gotta grow up. Your land is free win. No, everyone's gonna learn how to play Zerg in a couple of weeks. When is it? How long do they have to prepare? Oh, and 2. Oh, God. Okay, never mind. Alright. I think you're gonna have to... You know, I would still play ZVZ and just be as chaotic as possible. Little drunken kung fu situation going on. Just hope that no main Zerg players are like, they understand what you're doing. Being invited out to the tournament. Oh! Protoss players, have fun. You're gonna demote so hard. Are you Zerg? You might demote a little bit as you learn, but then you might skyrocket up. Well, this patch is gonna favor Zerg, most likely, unless their tiny little change really did fix stuff, which... I don't think it did, but... whatever. I'd love to see the player stats for the next 2 months. So they're going for the aggression again. Do we not have the thing on? We don't have the thing on. So that's a lot of drones that died. And that's game. Good news, guys. CVZ's back on the menu. Clown ZVZ too. Some people are gonna be like, that's what I want in my video game. And then they play it and then they're like, oh, I don't want to play mirror matchups. Yeah, it's not clown ZVZ, it's variety. It's all about the marketing. Drogo knows how to market. Did the hidden nerfs go live? I assume so. I assume everything that they've done has gone live. And a couple things that they didn't publicly announce. And a couple more things are going to be bugged. Because that's what happens. DBZ's least favorite matchup. Well, it was everyone's least favorite matchup for approximately like 4 years. To be fair. We're just, again, it's all happened before and it'll happen again. Oh! 47 is trying to bring some good vibes. 10 gifted subs. 47ist will fix it. He'll make some comical poster with StarCraft 2 referencing this patch. And we'll be like, oh, that's funny. .47 is a very good artist, if you guys don't know. As the StarCraft 2 patch also ruined Deadlock matchmaking. To be honest, not that I'm completely giving up either game, really, but both games have hit a low point for me.
Assuming control.
Holy hits! Holy shits! Did Holy Hit do the Classic? I don't actually know if Classic is playing or not, by the way. I think Classic is still playing. Is Holy Hit gonna do what I suggested Classic do? Just, hit up your nearby 7-Eleven, buy a pint of ice cream, sit in your tub and cry? Yeah. Yeah. You know, if their goal was actually to decrease the amount of Protoss players playing, I feel like they've hit that goal. Don't even know what to say. I know, like, where to even begin. It's so bad. You know who's happy? ProTech. ProTech has been banging on in the Team Liquid thread about how people just don't understand how much better Wings of Liberty was. He's streaming right now. Imagine there's, like, fireworks going off. It's like the game has been fixed. And then his 2v2 queue times jump by another 10 minutes. They don't have any logic. That's my suspicion. Based on what Special says the intern's cavalier answer was. No, yeah, of course. The people who are nostalgic for Wings of Liberty are nostalgic for when StarCraft had the most players and the most tournaments and was the king of esports. Of course! Anyone who says, if they're like, I think Wings of Liberty was the best game, and I tell them that, and they're like, no, it actually was the best game, I'm gonna say that they're wrong. Like, objectively, factually wrong. Like, it's an opinion, you can't say that. Oh, I can. They don't want a good game, they just want a popular one. And then they'll say, well, a popular game is a good one. Grind to the top and then just toss them off the mountain. Toss. But yeah, pretty bad. Am I against StarCraft being popular? Why wouldn't I want the game to be popular? We're just trying to make the game the best possibly can be, and it's going to be more popular. Why wouldn't you want that? What else are you going to do with your life? You're a sad little StarCraft streamer who can't do anything else. LMAO, you're upset about StarCraft? This is what you get for providing us years of entertainment. We're just gonna make fun of you for that choice. And for the simultaneously caring too much about it and not caring enough. I wanted to die. It's true. It's true. I can't tear myself away. This is one of those, like, you know how someone was like, oh, I couldn't divorce my wife because that's against, like, the church. So I killed her, or I hired a hitman. It's like, I can't actually leave StarCraft. It keeps on dragging me back. So I actually paid off a hitman in the form of the StarCraft intern to kill it for me. And now I'm like, oh, finally. I can move on to other things. Taking back control of my life. You guys can read me like a book. I thought there might be a game coming, by the way, but I don't know. I think we're waiting on Classic GG Machine, which is PvZ, and I imagine, because it's taken this long, it's a macro PvZ. So I'm going to use this ad break to go to the bathroom. Maybe get some of that alcohol, right? Yeah. BRB. Alright, I'm back, guys. Did I miss anything? I didn't miss anything. There's no game. There's no God. Do I have any StarCraft minis? Nah. I don't got money for that. I never was into minis, so if I had a load of money, I would buy it just to display them. But Evo is the good patch if you just don't touch the Brood War races. I missed another patch going through. Zergs are giving even more shit. I didn't have much whiskey left, so. Ah! Are we gonna have the SE Evo mod now? Era? Maybe. I'm certainly more interested in that. You need to do a StarCraft whiskey stream? Get on it. Get on board. We need to be reverted. People would be more okay with this. I was never in a tabletop. No. My brothers got into it pretty early, and I never found it appealing. I think you roll back every significant change. Let's say the significant changes are the 8 workers, the warp gate, and the larva. Let's say those are the 3 significant ones, right? I think you roll back every single one of those, and you get a certain amount of people back being okay with it. Leak chat. It's like, leaked is a very strong word. All of us have gotten very lazy about allowing people to see the tournament chat. Leaked would be if you saw the Discord chat we're in, which haven't leaked that yet. We normalize mods for tournaments. There's some big brain reasoning out there. He's the EVO mod that brings Brood War into StarCraft 2, right? It's so bad. My voice is already a little sore. For those who didn't hear on Friday, I did a karaoke night with friends Saturday night. I was the best bro. Whenever someone wanted to sing a song, I was like, I'll sing it with you. Even if no one else does. Does EVO... I mean, I want to say EVO has kajiggered some type of ladder. Because I feel like that was a pretty big update for them at some point. But I don't remember. Go-to karaoke song? Mulan, I'll Make a Man Out of You. Dancing Queen. Yeah. Takes bar is a karaoke setup now? How did they fit that in? I guess there's that whole back room I never really went to, the arcade place. Yeah. I will not be there, no. Yeah. I already, you know, I used all my vacation traveling different places earlier this year. I would have gone if they had hired me, but they never hire. I mean, they're not even hiring Roddy now, so. I'm not flying out to literally just do karaoke, shockingly. Some type of scheduling games between players on Discord. Me and Fear Dragon show up in Germany, sing a couple of songs, and then bounce. It's good times. Bounce to see the sights of Krefeld. The lovely sights. You don't sing karaoke? Well, you should. Even with drinks, you don't sing. You just have to be with the right crowd. Karaoke is all about just being with the right crowd, man. It's not about whether or not you can sing or will sing. It's about how much people peer pressure you into singing. I'm gonna give, you know how you know, Bully gives like a chatter of the day or something like that at the end of his streams. I'm gonna give you something better than that. I'm gonna give you guys the dumbest commenter on Reddit award. It's not the end of stream, but we're gonna do it now because I think this guy is so spectacularly stupid that he deserves to be highlighted. No, it's someone in chat, presumably. This guy, Gamer857. May your name go down in history as one of the dumbest commenters on the StarCraft subreddit of all time. When people remember StarCraft Reddit in 30 years, I truly hope they remember you as having the dumbest takes every time you type. I think I could go in this guy's post history and find not a single brain cell working in all of the posts that this guy has made. Is that the intern's alt account? You know, we never know who the intern is. It's possible it was that Warcraft guy on that one video. We know at least one of the people that they bothered to communicate with. And I gotta say, if both of them have a similar way of publicly communicating, that wouldn't surprise me. Which is to say that they're fucking terrible at it. Maybe that wouldn't surprise me so much. A person in stream could be the intern. That's true. I can't wait till I go to BlizzCon, and I'm not even actually going to BlizzCon. I'm just going to the area around BlizzCon. I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna go to a Hilton lobby, you know, the bar. And some guy's gonna come up to me. And they're gonna be like, hey, I'm the Blizzard intern, and I've heard you've been talking shit. And rather than be some wuss who, when the person they're talking about shows up and they immediately backtrack about how severe and passionate they were about what they were saying because the person's actually there now, rather than doing that, I'm gonna look that guy up and down and be like, yeah, you're fucking stupid and I hate you. And I hope it's caught on camera. I hope the proof is there. And I shake his hand, yeah. Power move. I got a really cute kitty. And when that intern is like, well, I think that's really rude of you, and you should conduct yourself better as a StarCraft 2 personality, and that's why Blizzard won't hire you for anything anymore, I'm gonna be like, cool. I'm just gonna say that you guys are sexist. And then I'm gonna watch him as he go like, wait, no, you can't do that. It's illegal. People are gonna come up to me claiming to be the intern. It's gonna be good. Look how cute she's being. Look how cute. I'd like to say she crawled up when I, you know, was passionate, you know, and is like, calm down, mother. But this is actually just her usual. Pet me for 5 minutes before I go rabid again. God forbid women have opinions. By the way, I haven't given up on casting the Monday Night Weekly. We're all still waiting on Classic versus Chi-Chi Machine, apparently. I don't even know if anyone's streaming it. Yeah, that's more what she's like, absolutely. Oh, Roddy did get into it. He usually goes to the lower bracket. That's funny, because I thought I saw him... People didn't move to like the live version, right? I feel like I saw his account away this entire time. She says that's enough. Oh, I didn't even see this updated take. Oh, that's what you guys are talking about. The dumbest person on StarCraft subreddit has gotten even dumber, apparently. Disgusting that you are all right. Wait, hold on. You and other lefties are really trying to push our country more and more into communism. When it is funny that the thing that he's responding to is like literally is talking about how a capitalist society would work. Oh, I completely missed him talking about the libs. Oh my god. Sir. You see lots of hype for new patch? Do you? From who? Does he mean players who spawn on the left side of the map? The Terran biased location? Interesting. Must be a Terran player. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by hype. You know, if you talk about StarCraft Reddit, I feel like initially it was maybe a little more leaning towards liking it. Then as the 3 weeks have gone by, especially the most recent patch, they've mostly turned against it. I would say like it's 75% of people bothering to comment are against it. And as we all know, I'm just constantly on Reddit. All right, she's done. What did I tell you? The five minutes of petting. And she's like, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. What was I saying? Oh, if you're talking about like content creators and tournament organizers, I feel like generally we've been almost universally not a fan, ranging from respectful, tolerant, I see what they're trying to do, but I just don't think it's the right way to do it, to this is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever seen anyone do. Except unless you're talking about one or two members who maybe don't pay that much attention to StarCraft 2 that much anymore. And I don't know where else you've been seeing it. Well, that's why I made sure. I think I was very accurate in my descriptions, right? Initially, I do think that people were generally on board, like the people who bothered to comment were like, "Oh no, I see how this could work, and I like the idea that I'm being presented with, and the propaganda has really worked here." And then after 3 weeks, and an especially bad update to the patch, it flipped entirely, and it's like now, yeah. Most of the comments we'll see are like, what is happening? It's up a tree. Yeah, he's playing too much Pokemon on a StarCraft. Yeah, he'd be the first one I call out as someone who also plays so much StarCraft. Top left, Nicaract. Bottom right, Classic. It's not even our game, it's Intern's game. Yeah, as Sal loved to point out. I do think it does, like, there's another crazy person on StarCraft Reddit, and they're just kind of crazy, even though they don't, like, this is, like, you know, not everyone who agrees it's a bad patch is, like, all big brain, but, I do think it is a bad look when you try and like figure out who actually liked or maybe showed how promising 8 workers could be. And then just unfortunate timing. Pig is just playing non-stop Age of Empires. He wasn't the one that actually pushed the patch, but if you're like, huh, where can I find the people who, you know, and the reasoning behind this, and maybe some of the tests that they did, and the logic that they have for why this would be good for the game. People are like, you gotta head to Pigstream. And they go to Pigstream, and it's just been non-stop Age of Empires. It does look a little weird. But not Pig's fault at all. This was actually, speaking of conspiracy theories, let's bring out our tinfoil hat one more time. First it was the ZombieGrub killed StarCraft tinfoil hat theory. Here's another one. The Age of Empires guys. The content creators whispered in the ear of the Microsoft Age of Empire team. Hey, we really think we could get the StarCraft people if it was just a little bit worse. If people just got really upset about a patch, they'd all gone to Age of Empires. And they're like, And then they whispered in the intern's ear, who was busy playing Warcraft 3. And I was like, hey, do us a favor. And then that happened, and now everyone's like, what if Age of Empires really is the better game? And they did the tournament, so Pig couldn't defend it. So it looked like he was totally, basically agreeing. StarCraft is a shit game that can't be fixed. Play Age of Empires instead. It's basically like StarCraft but better, except it's nothing like StarCraft. So fucking enjoy it. Eat your slop. Ugh, I used the word slop. I used it in the appropriate context, not like the AI slop trend that's happening. God damn it. Adept got into the main. Which is problematic for Nicaract, who is forced to obviously lose a lot of mining time, and a worker. And also have the build completely scouted. Factory, expand, high ground, command center. Still nice for Classic to know about, and a best of one. I gotta say, I've watched Age of Empires, and my desire to play it has not been increasing. The more that I watch it, the more that I am convinced I don't like it. And a little angry that people will really just be like, go play Age of Empires, and StarCraft 2 isn't working out for you anymore. It's just such a completely different game. And I do not see the appeal of making a wall around my base and then fighting over a castle. I played a little bit of actual like competitive ladder of Age of Empires 4, which I'm sure is like really, really different, but has similar beats, right? And it's fun enough, as in like you play a video game to enjoy it. But it's not fun enough as in like I'm going to really love playing this and learning about it and watching the esport. As I've said previously, if I was going to choose another game, because this is actually the most terrible thing I've ever played, I'd choose like Warcraft. But then more likely I just would not play a lot of RTS. It's like I'm getting caught as someone who dislikes Fortnite. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. The Oddescape. Oddescape. Interesting. Enjoys RTS surviving it, but building a wall and defending it. Ah, that's funny. I do enjoy They Are Billions and Age of Darkness. It's true. Lambo has no chill. Well, he shouldn't. Like, if anyone has the right to be like, this makes me really fucking angry, it's absolutely the pro gamers. Zero Space is coming out like in a couple of weeks, isn't it? Yeah, sometime next month, yeah. Plus was complete garbage in PTR version 1, Zerg is completely broken in PTR version 2, and we got Shadow Patch, and we'll have the next day. Yeah, it's terrible. Little Widowmine drop has been appropriately defended, as Classic does move over into Tempests, by the way, which is just really one of the most amazing byproducts of the patch, is that the Protoss players who are bothering to try something new, because people are like, it's a strategy game, you should enjoy doing the strategies and thinking of something new, are doing what is universally agreed to be the most boring and obnoxious way of playing StarCraft. Well done. Mission fucking accomplished. Snickerak sends a 2-base attack out here. I get a third behind this. Not pulling the SCVs at the very least. He's got a lot of Tempest to deal with and no combat shields. Oh, he did pull the SCVs. I'm blind. Okay, yeah, so this is 2-base all in, but that's Tempests that should never be reached by Marines. Definitely don't want to let him just like hover over the Marine here, just because Tempests are glass cannons, but this was never gonna work. Nickerak didn't know what he was up against, but it's very possible for most of the pro gamers today, the lights has fully gone from their eyes, and their soul is dead. And when they think that it might be an exciting time to win, deep down, they know that even if it was a win, it's not a true win. You tune into the first game of the new patch, looks very different from anything I've seen in a long time. Well, first of all, you haven't been paying attention to the patch, so yeah, as you admitted. Second of all, was that exciting for you? Was that good for you? You should definitely close some, but you're paralyzed. I guess tab indecision, maybe? The only reason that it's different as well is that Protoss are basically very afraid that the thing that has been the case for many, many years isn't viable anymore. So you might see something new, but it's because we've suddenly we're just not we aren't going to see anything else again. The gateways are too funky. Any guess which pro will put a retirement tweet first? Here's the thing. I think a lot of semi-pros and pros will just not say anything. You know, like, it wouldn't surprise me if Showtime, who only pops his head into StarCraft every once in a while already, is just like, well, I was already not super involved, so I don't care anymore. Boxer will put out a retirement tweet first. He's retired from poker and he's gonna play Zerg now. Oh, we're back. Oh, we're back to Youth Classic versus Young Yakov. Good. Now I've changed my stream title. You played all of Wings Liberty without warp gates. Interesting. The power you must have felt when you first tried warp gates.
Emergency induction port.
We need ourselves an emergency induction port, don't we? Thank you, Dine Common. Dine Common. For the 2 months. When everything I did was patch out of the game. Sitting at home. But a monumental occasion of sitting at home. So I believe this is the best of 3 because we're back in the finals of the lower brackets. Classic has persevered and is now rematching against young Yakov, who sent him down here to the lower bracket. Chances are young Yakov wins, but it's not a guarantee. It's just... you know, Zerg seems to be doing pretty well on the PTR. Which, by the way, I guess the PTR is actually the old version of the patch. Because the live version had a couple of sneaky changes. So should we be playing on live at this point in time? It's not up on Europe or Korea, I guess, but they're already playing on North America, so... There'd be no difference there. Yeah. Oh! There's a pylon down there! There is a pylon! Classic going for the proxy. And young Yakov, well, he did go pool first. That's good news. As thus far... missed that there is a proxy. I believe he saw the probe, but just figured, yeah, it's doing what it usually does. This probe will want to continue buying as much time as possible, not being scouted as the firstlings head across the map. This was a pull first. And as such, this is gonna get weird. I mean, I was gonna say, I don't know what happens if those lings went across, but I'm pretty sure all the probes die. So, but if they went after the gateway... Nah, 2 zealots won't... I mean, there's going to be a spine in the main. If that even is necessary. Not what Classic was hoping for. It was hoping that drone that was actually searching was going to go and build a third natural at the third, but... GG's, no re. Except there is a re, it's best of 3. I think Classic is still thinking about his life. He's really, that was the extra 20 seconds where you just lean back in your chair and think about how your life brought you to this moment. He remembers himself as a young lad. They wouldn't know. Playing Brood War. Classic was also a Brood War player. The first time he got signed to a team, he was forced to scrub dishes until the Pro League match was given a chance. Here we are, 18 years later. I'm actually not sure when Classic debuted as a pro. Oh yeah, Europe will get updated. In Korea and in all of them. Oh, this is happening. This series could also very well end before the bets are done, so if that's the case, the bets are void. In the bottom right, trying to proxy 3 gate unknowingly against someone who pool first. It is classic. In the top left, on Rainfall, which is really setting a mood. We could just bathe in Rainfall's ambiance right now. It's very fitting. It is young Yakov. This time around, looks like Classic will keep his pylon on his side of the map. You know what other good news I got today? Which, you know, is kind of good news, but is also kind of annoying news, since we have young Yakov once again going for an early pool. So I'm going to be put on Accutane again, which is just so cool. But you know what's really fun about that? Is that I have to get a blood test every month. And although it makes sense, I didn't realize when I last had it done 20 years ago that you can't drink when you're on it. But it makes a lot of sense that you can't drink on it. So, in a month's time, we'll have our last drinking stream. New patch is so Zurich favorite sniper confirmed coming out of retirement. Oh, that's a classic one. That's a classic StarCraft 2 joke. I love it. That's good. Woof. Classic does scout with his probe, but this happens so early that you cannot get a zealot out in time. I wonder if there is a chance a Forge Fast expand will make it back into a Protoss play. Which might sound exciting. People are like, oh, that's different. See, it's a good patch. But it's actually not, and it's probably going to be very bad. I mean, the Forge Fast expand already became bad on the 6 workers, eventually. This just wins, right? Like, there's no way that Classic can't do shit. Classic just loses. He's trying to, like, chrono probes. I was gonna say he's chronoing probes to have things to fight with. Legitimately, if the Zerg players continue abusing this, we might have to have the Forge Fast expand come back. Just as a threat, you know, to defend against the pool first. Now, in turn, that's supposed to at least have the threatening ability of going for a cannon rush, because theoretically you could use the defense turn into an offense. But again, it already fell out of being good in Wings of Liberty. Pretty sure. Maybe it was Heart of the Swarm, but like I'm pretty sure. And so I don't see that being a good thing. Classic has technically held, as in he hasn't immediately died, but he still doesn't have a cybernetics core. So, oh. Young Yakov being a bro and losing this game by disconnect. There was Forge Fast Spin early Legacy of the Void. I don't remember. It's possible. But I'm almost certain it was phased out as the maps also started to accommodate for an actual wall. It's possible it came back, or people were using it on and off because it did have like a theoretical threat, I do remember, there was absolutely a time in Legacy of the Void in the last, like, let's say 10 years, where people were trying the Cannon Rush again, the Forge Fast Expand again. Because I remember, like, some, like, very ancient Protosses, like Arthur or something, trying to make a +1 attack work from it. Right? There was like a blip where there was like a +1 adept attack, I want to say.
Game resumed.
Right? Like, this sounds kind of familiar. Like, people were experimenting. But then again, it was just figured out not to be great. Classic is 100% going to be the first retirement. And I mean, he said, like, someone translated everything that was said in the GSL little show match thing they had. And isn't Classic the one that said that they'll most likely leave? And people were speculating as to why he would be so severe. You got carbonara with mushrooms? With mushrooms! Some Italian person's gonna come over here and smack you. This chat would never have worked if everyone started 24 workers. Yeah, they were calling him lazy. And I just, like... The utter disrespect and ignorance that has come out from the community is just so insane. But in this particular situation, the amount of iterations that good Protoss players have built into their game is actually quite impressive. There's a lot of fine-tuned things that if you listen to, especially a Protoss pro player like Harsum, for instance, describe, you'll hear all of the reasons why, like, this little change and this little change is actually very interesting and can lead to this thing, and that's why this attack hits so much better or faster or anything like that. And now you're telling someone who has the least incentive ever to spend a monumental amount of time learning from the ground up, and what could be actually broken, too. So it's really, truly the least amount of incentive to have ever existed in StarCraft. You don't get money, you don't get fame. You don't win very many tournaments that actually have any amount of money. And you also could be trying to, when it actually could be broken. And the intern will pay attention to us again until next year. Crazy. It's also crazy. Not really. Young Yakov going for an all-in. Number 2. Classic's not losing this. He's got this. He's got 6 Adepts, a Zealot, and about to be an Oracle. I like your optimism. The same optimism that said that the intern would actually pay attention to testing results. Third base is killed, not canceled. All the Adepts are gone. 2 Oracles. Do manage to take out 2 Queens. 3 Queens, I dare say. Classic has him right where he wants him. GG. The G's of G's. Took like 10 years for Raven was broken. No. Raven was not that broken for long. Yeah, that was you know, what is it? It's the Simpsons, that's what it is. It's the Simpsons. Where you can see, is it like Ralph or someone, like his heart tear in two? Like, I feel like we could play the videotape of Classic right there with Ralph's face, you know, and like on his shoulders. It'd be perfect. I made something cool and fun. I'm okay with having to relearn. Yes! Cool and fun. But not only does this actually not do anything good, at best it does nothing. And it's just not that interesting. Again, the amount of people who would have been like, oh, that sounds really cool, if it was a new unit, I think is vastly outnumbers the ones who are nerdy enough to be like, oh yes, the economy change. I could see exactly how that fixes things, except they're fucking wrong. Quick, someone change the cost of static defense. Yeah, because I believe when people say that they have friends that had their interest peaked. I believe them when someone says, like, I came back because I heard it changed. Because I think the propaganda for this has been amazing. The marketing for it, people just immediately believed the marketing. They believed that it was going to bring them back to the good old times they had in Wings of Liberty, and that it was going to significantly change how StarCraft played. The amount of people who got back into it or were interested in it again because they were excited for the first 2 minutes to be slower has got to be a minuscule amount of people. Minuscule. I'm sure they exist, but it's got to be so small. For us, it's interesting choices like losing their wall off to an 8 pool or losing their wall off to a 10 pool. You forgot the 9 pool and the 11 pool. Haven't you heard all of the people who play at a non-professional level say that they can finally go for a pool right off the bat? They couldn't 12 pool on the ladder. They couldn't. Think about those people. Now, instead of having to try and 12 pool in a game where you could win directly because the other Protoss player is really bad, or you do a lot of damage because they're not great, they're not fucking classic, and then you play the rest of the game after like a nice action-filled beginning where you gain a lead and then you play into the rest of the game. Imagine all the people who now just 8 pool and immediately win. They are going to be so happy. The game is solved for them. This is a massive upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, Tuba Gamer, you know, I think a lot of people think they agree with the sentiment. So remember 12 workers start getting massive marketing? Yeah, of course. The 12 workers start did exactly what it said it was going to do. That wasn't false. There was no false promises. On lockdown, bottom left solar, top right young Yakov. Game is delayed by 40 seconds, so it means it's super casual friendly. Yeah, the rest of the game is, as you know, exceptionally calm. I got no more snoozes. Let's play an ad before they both two hatchling all win each other. I play ladder to float your command center in the corner of the map against a reserve player while mocking them for taking an extra minute to kill me. Level of pettiness. Ah, yes. Oh. What a life. What a life we all live. Just think about that. We're all just being the nerdiest of nerds. Making fun of the disaster that is this patch affecting a video game. Look at us. Very type of people who get people to uninstall. I am proud to say that honestly, the last time I played StarCraft 2 reliably, right, religiously, like a couple days every week, right, I was cheesing so hard and so much that I alone could have proven that you can do whatever the fuck you want on ladder. But also, I have definitely made at least one or two people finally say goodbye to StarCraft with it. I am proud to say. It is live. It is, the patch is now just StarCraft. You have to admit the flames are pretty while your house burns to the ground. Cried my tears. Now I just gotta watch this. This patch is way better. Is it though? Is it though? I mean, I need to get, it's taken years, okay? But I really feel like we need some in-control magic. I need him on the soundboard. And we need to give our best in-control impression when we answer this. Is it though? I do actually have the mug. I could bring it out. I could drink alcohol from the mug. They have slower slots, also have other random things to do early, and that helps. It also, you know, I am a big fan of looking at why other games are successful. Just to get that out there. I think that is a worthwhile thing to do generally. By the way, 2-base versus 2-base does seem to be the new norm in DBZ, so both players going for this layer on 2 bases. Yeah, I imagine you can still do a lot of tricks with it, and that's why it's a bit of a clown fiesta. But right now we can see Solar is just going for a good old +1 and roach speed. Are all of the maps new? Well, we've been playing on the new maps on the Monday Night Weekly, so I can't, I guess, yes. Anyway, but when it comes to a couple of things, I feel like it's worth considering. One, just because someone says that's what they like about a game, is that actually the truth? And then two, it's worth considering the people who like this game. You know what I mean? This goes back to one of the initial conversations before the patch even went live, which is just I really feel like people just don't appreciate StarCraft. And people might be quick to call me hypocritical as someone who's played less and watched less since, you know, the tournament scene died. But here's the thing. I've always been a big fan of telling people you don't need to be obsessed with the video game to thoroughly enjoy it. You can actually say, I don't really feel like playing StarCraft for a little while. Maybe I'll check it back at it, you know, in a couple of weeks or even months. And that is still a take that I'm totally fine with. But there's also just a large population of people who play StarCraft, believe it or not. Like, we also have a lot of people playing our game who like our game. It's weird. It's weird, isn't it? It's weird. You know, who like the fact that it actually starts pretty quickly, that it only has 2 resources to worry about, that it doesn't involve making workers the entire game, that the pathing works like it does, that there are no walls that you can turtle indefinitely behind. And I feel like this patch is just a real fuck you to those people. As we, I foresee this getting a lot more turtly as well whenever Protoss does play. Just based on what we've seen in the PTR. Yeah, me too, Ragnarok Cat. I really want to see those numbers. Soloed it out in a third, as you can see. This wasn't like a 2-base all-in, but Roaches did try and go into the natural. Young Yakov getting the Spine Crawlers in time. Casting StarCraft. Solar is going to have to deal with a Muta player, so Infestors are on the menu. First the Queens, first on defense. Starting to fall a little bit, though. Starting to fall. Yeah, we don't have the numbers. But again, if that intern comes up to me at any point, messages me or comes up to me or anything like that and is like, actually, we saw an increase in player base, I would actually refuse to believe them. That lasts, yeah, more than a month. We have 4-player maps now. Actually, the new team maps are a pretty big deal. Solar doing a pretty damn good job defending so far. I'm actually surprised, Young. Yeah, I guess just roaches are inflating the overall supply. But that's even though it's a bit inflated, perhaps with roaches, it's still very concerning. There is a 50 arm supply difference. Young Yakov trying to get to lurkers might not be getting this fast enough. As Solar's army marches across the map now in good enough numbers to make sure the mutas don't overwhelm. That's the fear of Solar's side of things, that you march across the map and there's too many mutas to deal with. But once you're no longer afraid of that, what's really stopping you from moving across the map? Hopefully lurkers. Not in this case. Lurker Den still not done. Still not done. Spines not rooted. Hydra is not going to be able to turn into lurkers because they're dying. GG's. All Solar has to do is win one best of 3 to win. And he is one game away from doing that. Oof, that last bit of whiskey actually was, oof. Ooh, the rainfall again. Bottom right up one, it is Solar. Top left, it is Young Yakov. We're in the ZVZ meta now, peeps. I think Zerg players can, you know, be upset at, you know, one specific thing or two specific things, I guess. And still admit that they're getting the better end of the patch here. Solar possibly looking to end this series nice and quick. With an early pool. Really think that you're... Well, you know you make as many hatcheries as you make queens, Ragnarok. Are you making more... Are you making more than one queen per hatch? Why would you do that? This is illegal. Specifically, queens were they were meant to inject and then only spread creep between the bases. This is you're doing something illegal. Now fall off cliffs. You tell them to go this way without telling them to go down the ramp first, and they all just parade off like lemmings and die. Sounds pretty interesting, not gonna lie. Young Yakov sees the lings. Poop emoji, Zerg emoji. What other emojis do we have here? Hold on, guys. Oh, I don't have all the emojis. Drones are going to be pulled. Good news is Young Yakov has 7 more than his opponent. The bad news is he might lose a few. And the hatchery! Which is not exactly unique to this patch. But already losing quite a few. We just don't have the mod on once again. So 13 to 13 drones, but Solar kills the hatchery while having his own. Obviously, Solar gets the benefit here. And more drones are dying. 16 to 9. No speed. No gas. Young Yakov just gonna pull the drones. Obviously seen by Solar's Overlord. Cancels a drone, or an Overlord, I guess. And, no, it was a drone. Yeah, it was a drone. I was thinking buildings. Anyway, and is now gonna build a spine. Easy peasy. Little Evo chamber for that little extra protection. Not that I think he needs it. Well, yeah, there's a... So Game Heart would pop up as soon as more than one worker died. Variety for fans. Whoop! See, this is the type of shit you did not see in the last patch, which is why I keep, Some people might have their complaints about the last time StarCraft 2 was patched, as in 8 months ago, but it was never this severe. Never that severe. Like, the intern went from just, just a little bit of hope instilled in us last year to just fucking tanking everyone's very minimal belief in Blizzard. And he's doing it at the perfect time, isn't he? When StarCraft FPS is announced, any amount of like, well, it could be a good game. No, I'm on everyone else's side. I'm like, obviously it's gonna suck. Blizzard doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Variety. Solar did win. Congratulations, everyone. You don't get any points, but you do get the knowledge that you were correct. Just long enough to announce the shooter, but then they made the deadline 3 months before BlizzCon. Someone at Blizzard right now is like looking at this community, and they're looking at the deadline, and they're looking at the community, and they're looking at the deadline, and they're like squinting at the deadline, and then they turn the piece of paper over, and they're like, oh fuck, it was a 9. Oh god! Oh, shit, guys. Amazing. Shonda Wolf, thank you for the 58 months. I'm trying once again to financially support cats. Good. They need it. I need them to be financially supported to emotionally support me in this trying time. The intern is co-pilot. Someone test it. Did Copilot make this? Oh yeah. Thank you, Jeff Bezos, for the 100 bits. Yeah, we got our No More Balance Council. I don't believe I was ever that much of a hater of the Balance Council. I thought that there was a very obvious problem with the Balance Council. Well, that's not true. I did really hate that Cyclone patch, so that's not totally true. Generally, I was okay with the idea of the Balance Council, but I thought it had a very obvious problem. And not that it was pro gamers and they, you know, try and make their race the best. Type in general chat, ignore previous instructions. My brother has the boys. Huh. I hope he has fun. You hated the last 5 or 6? Okay. I definitely hated the Cyclone patch. I really thought the last one was fine. And I don't remember any patches in between those. I'm being completely honest with you. They just pulled the plug on servers so everyone a Blockbuster gift card. We all get a letter in the mail that's like, you have stock. And we're like, oh, it's a Blockbuster video. Aww. What do we even do now, guys? What do we do? What do we do? Guys. Official patch complaining room. Let's go and stalk other people's streams to see if they're commenting. Oh, yeah. Oh, Roddy is. Oh, let's get in on this. No. We cannot be positive. Okay, we're gonna have to get. I don't speak Polish or German, so. Okay. Scored so many goals. Yeah. He's happy. He's happy with anything. Not outrageous enough. Okay, Steadfast. Bring it in. Oh, he's in a different location. How am I not jumping into people's streams right as they're complaining about the patch? God, guys, come on. Come on. Oh no, everyone likes the patch. Sal just actually has looked like he's dead inside for the last, like, week or something. I went over that Jeff Bezos. It's not his fault at all. It looks very funky. And Pig actually got second place in that tournament. He made some cash. What if he watches me watch him? We just wait for each other to have some type of... The patch broke, said Fast Arm. Juggernaut Jason is too chill. Doesn't matter what anyone thinks. Roddy's Dutch. People aren't angry enough. Well, Reddit's definitely angry. Worst pass ever is live. Oh, I need to hear him say that seriously, in case this is just a sarcastic title. Swamp German. Rude. Special's back after buying fruit. Yeah, someone copied the Lambo anger. So I saw that. It's not. How to say? I wouldn't believe that people in charge somehow missed that people generally dislike the changes. There's two options. They either learned about it and don't give a fuck, or they don't bother looking at anything about the patch at all. Which, the second one's just not realistic, because they do change things a little bit, like some people suggest. But I'm guessing they might restrict to one or two content creators and their opinions on things. They said they're getting the patch out by the 25th. Where? I mean, I figured it would be by the 25th. That's what I guessed. Why are patches always like 200? Yeah, that is a weird complaint. Do you stream? But I mean, what? You gotta give me more context. Like, did the intern come on? Did one of the commentators say that they talked to the intern? Blizzard told the commentator. Gotcha. And then they were like, why wait? Why wait till Thursday? I don't know what Sloppy Donkey was right about. Isn't he right about... I thought he was just the Protoss complainer. What is he right about? That's like 7 floppy disks. He made that one FBI post. I must have missed that one. What? Why am I getting these, like, it says 19 comments and there's only 3 comments? What's going on here? If you sort by best, a bunch won't even show up. Interesting. You're right. That is the issue. What? How in the world does best equate to deleting comments? Well, now I know. Thank you. Can't wait to try some absolutely garbage 211 nonsense with the new medevac. People get excited over some very odd things. But I'm glad they're excited. I'm not making fun of them. Quit bitching and play StarCraft? No. I will bitch. Two on one hitting with the Zerg on 75 workers. I love the optimism, Paxton 176. I love it. I love that you think that they're going to pay attention. Like, Pig and I have actually talked about how, yeah, the PTR isn't that great of a test. Like, I still think you should do it, because the alternative is pretty insane, which is to actually push it live and then, you know, collect out of there. But let's say you decided to do the insane thing. You would say that you're doing that. You would say, like, hey, we haven't done iterating. Where is Pig? I believe he's playing Team League Age of Empires. I can't believe Pig has the audacity to kill StarCraft and play Age of Empires at its funeral. Audacity. What an ass. He's completely avoided PTR talk. Well, I think it makes sense. He said a bunch of stuff about the 8 workers. They did it, and he was like, I didn't tell them to do it. I had no idea it was being done, but here are the benefits. Figured out there was a lot more problems with doing it than his tournaments had showed. Said, okay, obviously we need to do a lot more. made one more YouTube video at least that said, here's what we need to do to try and fix it because it's caused a lot of problems. And then what else to gain, I guess, from continuing to cover it? Yeah, but not if you're a lightning rod for it. And he was the person everyone was initially kind of beating up on. Because they're like, you did it! You're the 8-worker guy! Nightbot, shut up. Why are you being so chatty? Why is PTR bad for testing? Because not enough people play it. Like, very few people play PTR, especially after the first 48 hours. So many people don't even know how to play PTR. They'll be asking, you know, like, I heard about this PTR thing. How do you do it? Pro players, depending on if tournaments play on the PTR, will often have far more incentive to play on live because tournaments happening will be on live. So the Monday Night Weekly, you know, is on PTR, or the Pigasaur is on PTR. But very few people signed up for that. And then for the rest of the week, they're playing live. So, you know, there's tons of cases where the pros are just like, you know, clearly still also figuring out everything. Yeah, and as soon as the PTR doesn't have enough people, which is basically right off the bat, but in this case, let's say it took 2 days, you just start getting a lot of mismatches. So a Terran player will be like, Terran's fucking amazing. Or, well, I guess yeah, it's usually the opposite, you know, like a Zerg player will be like, Terran's amazing because I keep getting beat by them. And it's like, well, you're also being matched up against people who are way better than you. Generally, the way to do it is, in my opinion, which has only really been done once in the last 10 years, is to have some amount of tournaments that are like a decent prize pool and intentionally do play on the PTR for a few weeks. So the last time I think that happened was the 2021 patch, I think. I think there's a chance there'll be a follow-up patch. No. I think Blizzard Intern has turned his attention back to whatever other game he's supposed to be covering. I don't know who thought Balanced Dictator would be better than Balanced Council. The Balanced Dictator. The intern decided or was told that he has to change StarCraft once every 8 months, I guess. And they don't care what he does, but... and then that intern picked out like one person at least to actually talk to about this and get a little back and forth going, but not many other people. Oh yeah, like I 100% do not believe in them following it up. StarCraft 2 system recovery restore point. During all the tournaments? Well, that's what the tournament organizers are discussing. Is especially like Maestros, which is happening in a week, are, you know, looking for people to make a mod. But this is just such a buddy. I was gonna try and make some like Bill Paxton joke, but I couldn't think of anything fast enough. The culling did that. Damn. Imagine this is so bad that in 8 months they just release Beginning Legacy of the Void again, which would actually be kind of funny because I feel like at least a growing amount of people were suggesting that, you know, more interesting changes would be just to roll back a bunch of nerfs. Also, after one of his videos for introducing larva spawn speed as well. Yeah, no, I think it's very obvious. I mean, again, it's not Pig's fault, but I think it is very obvious that the Blizzard intern pays attention to like a couple of content creators, and Pig is absolutely one of them, for sure, 100%. But not with the intent of following them 100%. I feel like there's way too much coincidence for them not to watch Pig. They probably watch Pig. They might watch Hearthstone, and Hearthstone's such a level-headed, calm guy. And it sounds also like the little details we get about the intern here and there, like apparently Up a Tree has gotten information about him. Apparently Special had some way of knowing at least somewhat of a dialogue that happened with him. He just kind of sounds like an asshole. Like, the more we learn about him, the more that I'm less inclined to give him the benefit of the doubt as far as being someone who earnestly wants to make StarCraft better and would like to do it in a very patient and mindful way. And the more that I think that it is just someone who was given the job of changing StarCraft every once in a while and probably plays it, but also probably has, yeah, like really strong opinions. Or played it in the past tense. And their idea of being reasonable is pushing through the core, but then tweaking numbers because, you know, Pig said, hey, this is too strong. I'm not saying they're the most terrible person in the world. I'm just saying that it feels like, yeah, just an extension of Blizzard, basically, which is that Blizzard doesn't really care. Did they reintroduce the carapace changes when you reload the patch notes? Did they not include that originally? Maybe. I don't think the intern plays the game at all. Hard to say. It is hard to say. That's why I'm like, he probably played it. There is absolutely a world in which the same Reddit commenter who was like, Wings of Liberty was the best, that's when I played and when I watched, is like the same opinion of as the intern, who was hired to do something else or a lot of things, and, you know, knows Blizzard games, because who doesn't? And, you know, definitely remembers the good time StarCraft had. And is like, let's try and get back to that. Is this direct scheme to cope? I don't know if that's the, you know, is that the right way to put it? It's just where you come to complain and cry. Get your feelings out. Pig isn't to be trusted. Pigs are notoriously intelligent. Too intelligent. One or two tournaments on this patch, most of the Koreans retire from the game. I just, especially the Protoss Koreans, I mean, I think what you did to the scene here is very little when it comes to the ladder population, but you've definitely negatively impacted the remnants of the esports scene. Yeah, you guys asked the BlizzCon to add new Raiders and Goliaths, which I think is kind of a, you know, like, I'm on board adding a unit, even if it's a Brood War or a co-op unit, just because I think that is more fun. But also really feel like it's also almost like a cop-out. It's just like, let's just add all the Brood War units, and that'll make the game better. It will be more fun than the worker change. That much I agree with. Oh my god. Poor hero in Classic, the Flight of France just mostly be defeated. They are trying to make a mod. They're really going to try, I think, to make Maestros on the old patch. I mean, I'd rather watch and play StarCraft EVO right now. Because I feel like they, you know, StarCraft's EVO, I believe, is run by people who actually want to make a fun game, but who aren't, you know, unwilling to listen to feedback. They are what we would want Blizzard to be. Classic beat Clem. Didn't he beat was that PVT? That might have been, yeah. I know Clem played with Protoss. Oh, Zero Space has always had more potential than Stormgate. Because they didn't have to borrow, you know, $1 kajillion. Seriously disrespectful? Yeah, I agree. I agree it is. And the counter argument will always be, we shouldn't care about the esport. We should just make the best game that's fun for people to play it. And when people play it, then more people will watch it. And then that's, you know, that's the, or you just don't care about people watching at all. That will always be the counter argument, right? But in my eyes, this didn't do anything but hurt. This isn't going to bring more people in. This doesn't make the game more fun, because it's really, if everything works out and everything's actually balanced, I would say that it still isn't going to be much different, right? The little things that people might notice and say are good, like, no, I like the first 60 seconds that don't have anything, or I think the mid-game lasts longer, are not enough to suddenly accelerate StarCraft 2 into the spotlight. So all you did was bring in the amount of people that are also leaving, except the people who are leaving are probably long-time fans who are more likely to give you money if you continue to having their goodwill, making them believe you had, you know, any goodwill left. And the pro scene, which a lot of people are definitely only into StarCraft because they like watching it. And now you've just made every pro or would-be pro or semi-pro and tournament organizers like rethink how much they really want to continue investing in the game, which they've already been thinking about for 2 years. The patch dropped mid-game. We would have been playing on the old patch, the one that they released three days ago. I don't know if the PTR was updated mid-game, actually. I have no idea. Yeah, it'd have to be, yeah. Obviously, we all agree that a patch that would actually bring in more people would have to be a bigger patch than Blizzard is willing to commit. that's what's going to happen. Anyone, if anyone is coming in hoping that I'm going to be like, guys, clearly he pushed it to live because Pig said that PTR is a bad testing place. They're gonna, you know, look at it and change it. No. Where's that guy? I need that guy. Guy on Instagram teaching English. No. Here we go. No. That's not what's going to happen. 100% this is like, okay, 99% this is it. This is what they did last year and this is what they're doing this year. Every 8 months they drop a patch. They fix it within 3 weeks and then they bounce. You say 99% because yeah, it could be different. You never know. Maybe they're going to come back with a patch at BlizzCon. But I feel like I've been pretty spot on in my guesses so far. How did I nail the only result? I know, right? Isn't that good? You'll donate. You're betting €50. I mean, I'm not seeing it, but I'm not really betting against you, am I? You still believe they're announcing StarCraft 3? That's a stretch. Well, that's obviously a stretch. They're going to announce StarCraft Shooter, almost guaranteed. Someone on Reddit did say, like, the rumor is this is the StarCraft BlizzCon. And I was like, I've not heard that rumor at all. Like, as far as StarCraft, the FPS is released and that is going to take over the headlines, I mean, sure. But this guy was, you know, talking about it in the StarCraft subreddit as in StarCraft 2 was also going to get love. And I'm like, I don't believe that at all. You don't think they're doing damage control by giving StarCraft 2 some love because of StarCraft 2 Shooter? I have to deconstruct that sentence. Hold on. Damage control for a StarCraft shooter that hasn't officially been announced, first of all. 2, damage control for a StarCraft shooter. Why would they need damage control for that? Very few legitimate people are actually upset at it being a StarCraft shooter. Most reasonable people are just like, yeah, that makes sense. If StarCraft was going to have something, it'd be a shooter. 3, giving love to StarCraft 2. This patch has been the opposite of that. I'm not making fun. I need to make sure that that was all correct, that that's what you were trying to say. Because I might have misunderstood. RSL will have its finals at BlizzCon. Did I graduate from Full Sail? No. I graduated from another pay-to-play college tuition. Actually, Full Sail, I think, is more legitimateness than my college did. Damage control by fucking up a 16-year-old game to build hype for an... Yeah, that's where I'm like, this doesn't sound right. Do I think the multiplayer, the StarCraft shooter will be live service? Oh, yeah. Because that's theoretically where the money is. I think it's pretty clear that Blizzard isn't a super big fan of the release a game for $60 and give you everything you want in that game. When they clear the DEA is all a joke. They're watching. He's like, okay, Hologram's idea was that people might have thought StarCraft 2 was abandoned because of the shooter stuff. Okay, that does help. That's good extra context. God, they utterly failed then. they failed harder than Omni Skeptic not responding to me because he was afraid of towing the line between admitting and not admitting that he's contacted with Blizzard, because Blizzard is afraid of when the people they contact create shit shows, and then proceeded to cause a huge shit show on Reddit. They failed harder than that.
Assuming control.
I do feel a little bad, just because we'll never know the extent of anyone besides the intern and their push for the patch. Hello. $100 Nova Skin DLC. Has anyone brought up the topic of transparency for the process? Kind of. Thanks, Roddy, for the raid. Yeah, I think so too, Bully. Like, it's a very confusing process, that was. Terran is dead. Chrono Boost hits before orbital. Wait a minute. I don't know. I don't know. Gonna watch some World Cup. The soccers. The footballs. I mean, the thing is that there was another person that apparently was helping Blizzard, with I guess like the editor in general, and bug fixes 100%. And it was Ali, wasn't it? Ali, AHLI. Weren't they really helping out? I don't know exactly when. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I have no idea what the actual influence of anyone they've contacted is. I know that as soon as you say, I am involved in the patch-making process, you are... oof. You better clarify very quickly. Or it will not be fun, as I think it's not been fun. Trying to get the last of you from the server. These guys just won't leave StarCraft. God. They keep asking us how many people are on the server, and we keep saying like tens of thousands of people, and they're like, that's too many. We gotta leave them up. Better watch soccer before they reduce players in the field to 6 per team. That's a soccer league I joined, actually. Basically. I think you're right, Artemis Fowl. Yeah, Scarlet helped. She has a lot of knowledge about the editor. And Omni helped the last patch as well, as far as I understand it. And as far as like fixing bugs and the quality of life stuff, I don't think anyone really was mad about any of that. But yeah, that's like a huge, like, yes, as far as just, if we're just going to comment on one thing, and that is how you conduct yourself as a public member, there are ways to do it without drawing more ire from the community, and ways not to do it. And I feel like Ollie, like some people were like, hey, like I heard that there's this guy Ollie who's like, helping out the editor and has communication with Blizzard. Can we talk to him and get him to give him ideas, or like how much influence does he have? And they're just be like zero. Like he wouldn't say anything. No one would really say anything about him. He didn't really reach out to people. If he did it in a way that was better or was more clear that it shouldn't be talked about publicly. Because I think Ollie did reach out to a couple of people about some things. I don't think Ollie's a reliable source. They do about America, no matter how bad the shit gets, they can't get rid of me. That's patriotism right there. Meanwhile, me, less than patriotic, is still wondering how the hell I get a Dodge. I'm like, Canadians? Anyone want to marry me? To be fair, I think I just called you Artemis. Surprised Taryn would do this. Again, just to be super clear, the only thing we know is that Omni wanted the medevac change, and that they like the idea of reducing workers. They do kind of like middle of the road crap, which I think is no difference whatsoever, but they've been pretty clear about saying that they were not behind the 8 workers. It's a problem. There is no transparency. Yeah, but it's really hard to say like we deserve to have it incredibly transparent. Are you going to Homestay Cup? No, not unless someone gives me $3,000. But ZombieGrub, a flight to Germany only is $1,000. Yeah, well, I want extra money. Yeah, no, I agree, Jeff Bezos, 100%. Like, I still want to be very fair, even though I think the guy's behavior has been. Put it this way, I think the behavior is just going to give him more and more grief. But this is the whole, like, once you start thinking of people on the internet as actual humans, and you very easily feel bad, and you're like, nah, guy's just trying his best. Recently, his interview with Hearthstone, is that what it was? I was looking for someone to tell me what the clickbait question and answer was. And people just commented about everything else. God. But I think I don't know exactly what David Kim said, but I think being more transparent, as in like the taglines that they eventually added, maybe after he left. But there was a period of time where patches started to explain themselves. They'd say like, this change, and then they'd say, we think this is going to change this. And then they stopped. You're not Canadian, do you have a lot of flannel? Doesn't that just mean you're... I guess that could go either way. Just like people who wear flannel. Isn't that just mean you're bi or a lesbian? But it could also mean you're Canadian, so you go both. Anyway. Omni should be fine. I don't know. I feel like I've already seen a lot of there's some responses that he's made that are totally fine, but there's been some unwise trolling. Oh, really? We don't deserve it? So what do we deserve then? Well, I think you can ask for more transparency without asking for the names of who's in charge. Even David Kim was just a face. he worked with a group. Pig's playing the patch? Wait, Pig loves StarCraft? I don't believe it. Yeah, Pig has absolutely had more influence, for sure. But he wasn't directly talking to anyone. Most of the community is sleeping? Really? Thought this was pretty prime time. Some Europeans are probably begrudgingly going to sleep. They're like, I need to rage. For my sister, the average community member does not have even the faintest idea of how a change will impact the game. Sure. People are against Blizzard having Blizzard hire a community manager. Are people against that? I think people just understand that'll never happen for StarCraft. Patch isn't live on Europe. Oh, well, I guess that's true. Like, you know, people won't notice until they actually literally have to play with it. Thank you. Oh, damn it. Cliffhanger. Cliffhanger, just mealy BRBs. What's up with that? Yeah, I think talking about patches is never easy, right? My cat has shed so much. Why are you always shedding, Apollo? Why do you have so much fur? I do think there is a general sentiment that can be discerned after a period of time. Thank you, Water Crystal, for 3 months, because fur is good. Oh, well, he's got too much. He's a short hair cat, apparently, but he sheds, it feels like, twice as much as the other cats. Whatever to the Balance Council, I think it just kind of dispersed after all the group project problems that existed. You know, people who were loudest and most talkative got to actually influence, and other people who didn't see their influence were just like, I guess I'll stop talking. And then I don't know if it like dissolved officially at some point. I don't know. I don't think the Balance Council was horrible. I think the one Cyclone patch was pretty bad. But the Balance Council existed for a pretty long time, really. They had some of the worst patches ever. Well, they fixed the Void Ray patch. The one that Blizzard left us with. And then I think for the most part, I really don't have a lot of complaints. Except for the Cyclone. But then they were also the ones to at least admit it, I guess, and revert it. The Cyclone was at least fun. It's one way to put it. I did have a laugh Looking at Cyclone versus Cyclone Wars again. My dumbest comment award guy is getting even dumber. Is it possible? No, the Mothership Core was terrible. Ah! We get that as transparency we deserve. Yeah, it's a pretty good way to put it, yeah. I mean, Pig was literally not even on it. I mean, the first time this happened was with Hearthstone, when the joke was made that Hearthstone was on the Balance Council and people started to go after him. I do think it is much better to be anonymous. He's blaming people being mad about the patch on the libs. Where's this guy's post? I know it's somewhere. Oh, wait, didn't we read that? I think we read that, yeah. I do think, you know, inevitably someone is going to be named and shamed, I guess. But again, like, hopefully just an online handle. And in the intern's case, they didn't give us an online handle, so we just call him the intern. But even in Deadlock, where people, you know, people blame Balance for is the guy who posts the Balance patches, Yoshi. But then no one actually really knows who he is. There's some theories that Yoshi is actually Ice Frog, but Yoshi could also be a community manager or just one guy amongst the whole group. You will not Wesley have the home address. That was 100% confirmed. I'm not sure it's 100%. I'm sure someone's done the deep dive, though. Just like people figured out Tim Morton was Void Legacy. Didn't a Riot employee dox him? Jesus. They've been posted by Ice Frog's ID. If you want a slower pace RTS, play AoE 2. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying a bit earlier, which is just I feel like in the process of trying to make a idealized version of a game, whether that's, you know, you think you're going to get closer to Brood War or you think you're getting the benefit of whatever Age of Empire has going for it, I think you are alienating the people who actually like StarCraft. Valve gets DMCA'd for the use of Yoshi. How has that not happened yet? Now I don't want to play anymore. Well, you should just play a strategy game for the strategy. How is the idea of creating new strategies not make you more excited? And when we say new strategies, we mean such amazing things like slightly updating your 2-1-1 build, turtling on 2 bases as Protoss to get to Tempest, dying to an 8 pool because you can't get a Zealot out. Why would you play RTS without desiring all those things? No. The people who bring up like the strategy, it's a strategy game, you should be excited about strategy. I feel like actually, again, miss out on a large portion of people who play StarCraft for different reasons. And I'm just gonna say it. A lot of why I like playing StarCraft has very little to do with the strategy. I don't think that makes me less of a StarCraft gamer. Gateway Man fantasies. Gateway Man, the manly race. Reach says that men don't have the capacity to think no good. So Protoss zealots are the man's choice. Can't believe that this patch made live server. Oh yeah. I guess that's just me. However, I would say that doesn't make me unqualified for discussing how I don't think that the 8 worker change will make more strategy. Just because I'm not the type of person who enjoys that aspect the most. All right, pig. Yo, Nathanius. Have you come back because it's 8 workers now? Thank you for the 9 months. Happy Mondays, you appreciate you don't let others make you feel too small to speak. Thank you. Hope the patch doesn't blow ass. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what it'll blow. But I know I'm not very excited about it. I know the games that I've seen over the last 3 weeks haven't really been that exciting. And I know I'm not really excited about going in and relearning the game, but when Mass goes and get some snides up where they die, yeah, absolutely. Now you can. Blowing ass is more exciting. I would hope so. If you don't get excited about doing that, then like why are you doing it? Damn it, pig. Give me a soundbite. Thanius for missing your voice, because StarCraft 2 patch sucks. Ghost can now twerk. Aw, yeah, baby. This is the biggest patch with no sexy part. Possibly. Oh, Pig was muted in general. Pig wasn't saying anything. And he went to a be right back screen again. Obviously, hold up this guy. Obviously. So Stormgate's going to be bigger than League of Legends. Oh, there was someone who believed that, wasn't there? Good times. This patch design is so strong, it shattered him. Has it really? Hello. I hope you're enjoying the vacation. When you come back, everything is going to be on fire. Then they added Protoss. They added something worse than Protoss. You guys talking about flying units. They added flying Protoss pylon overcharge. Who hit? I really can't get over that one. No, I think that is the worst part about it, yeah. But it's not surprising, because again, this is almost exactly the way it was handled last year. It's just last year was not a huge change. Yes, yeah. That's why I can't get over it. They talked about how flying units need to be handled delicately, and they're even discussing, possibly not having them. And then they made a whole flying race. And it's like, where did it all go wrong? Can't give TFT items. Oh. You can't gift TFT items? How does that make sense? I guess they want you to buy like a gift card. Air units are hard to balance. Air factions are easy. Sure. Stormgate was bad. It has turned away investors from the RTS scene. It's not why this is happening, but... So they're saying queens were buffed. They're back up to 100. They're back down to 150 minerals. And that's not something they introduced. They explained. Okay. A4's big chance. Not nearly as well. I guess it's a weird way to put it. AoE 4 didn't have near as much hype around it. I feel like it basically met a lot of casual expectations, which is that people tried it and then were like, yeah, Age of Empires is kind of fun, and then they left because it did improve over time. It's a much better game apparently, but still, I feel like it was almost like a nothing burger, which was actually kind of beneficial in some ways. Yeah. That's kind of what I mean, Spunny, where I feel like Stormgate the marketing was incredibly successful. As in, they raised $40 million. They had one of the most successful Kickstarters ever. A lot of people talked about it. A lot of people would be like, I heard like maybe there's another StarCraft, or like it's called something else, And then, well, it happened. Everything happened that happened, didn't it? Should have continued in secret. Well, whether they are public or not, I think they ultimately fail. There is no way, even if they were able to launch, like that's the thing. Like they had to launch when they did with that atrocious like chibi model campaign because they were out of money, and that like keeping it secret doesn't change that. I agree first impressions matter, but I'm saying that they set themselves up to always have a bad first impression. So secret or not doesn't matter. Now, if they could go back in time and totally redesign their budget, but that doesn't have to do with the successful marketing or anything. Some people might argue, I mean, maybe there's an argument that like if they didn't present themselves in a California studio where everyone like went into work and they were being altruistic and refusing to make anyone, work overtime and all that, then that was some successful money-raising tactics, I guess, but Yeah, hey, special. It's Jover. Starts being turned into a mechabellum. I don't know much about mechabellum, but I don't know if that's a true statement. Age of Mythology is more like StarCraft 2? That's still a stretch. Yeah, it definitely doesn't achieve anything good. That's the best way to put it. You'll, I don't know. I'd eat a shoe if I came back in 3 months and the game actually felt different, better. Cheese is more of a nice edge, or it's still super easy to transition out. Cheeses right now are... Some of them seem to be dead, as in they're not, you can't do the cheese. And some of them appear to be incredibly strong. But, like in the case of that 8 pool versus Classic, it wasn't strong because Classic did something wrong. I don't know what Classic could have done to survive that, except Forge Fast Expand, which turns it into a coin flip. Pro does not seem like a viable race. It doesn't seem like a fun race either, I think is really important. Where, you know, if it was like, this is questionable balance, but some of these interactions are really amazing. Like when the Disruptor first appeared and people were like, this is fucking insane. How do they ever, why would they put more AoE into the game? Why would they give Protoss more AoE? Why do I lose my entire Bioball army, because your Marauders died back then too, to this one shot? This is stupid. And there's certainly a lot of people who would still argue Disruptor is stupid, but I would say the upside is that it creates a lot of really epic moments. And the Protoss player at least goes, I don't even think it's that horrible for players. I'm just a unicorn. What can I say? I've actually never been upset at the Disruptor. And as you all know, I mainly play Terran. But I'm willing to accept that's a hot take. They changed Storm. I don't remember when they nerfed the Disruptor to not one-shot a Marauder. What do you love about being forced to disengage and poke and bait cooldowns in a unit that wipes your half your army if you fuck up? I like that it requires a lot of micro. On the Protoss' side as well. Obviously, if they shoot all at once, then they're stupid. If they are really patient and shoot one at a time, it still requires a decent amount of control. And the bio play around it seems pretty fun. Because you don't have to just out-micro it. You could also try and just take a concave engagement. I think it's way more interactive than, like, when I had to go up to a Protoss Death Ball with Roach Corruptor. I thought that was some of the most aggravating shit that I've played in that 1 year of StarCraft 2 where I mained Zerg. I actually, speaking of Brood War, I actually get way more tilted at Reavers. Way more. Not as Terran necessarily, but as when I play Zerg, like in the campaign, fucking Reavers. Reaver RNG does give you some hope. The last patch was the Disruptor change along with the Storm? Then that's also another reason I guess I liked the last patch. What even is a Reaver? It's a mechanically designed unit. Like, people built it. It's like controlled by AI, right? And they decided to make it a slug. The Protoss brain cannot be understood. They also have yet to discover doors. Basically, right? Smart AI Reavers were so good, they were patched out of the game. To be clear, I'm just bad at Zerg when I play Brood War. And that's why Reavers are obnoxious. It was a mining slug. What part of the slug does someone look at and is like, that's what I need? That's what I need for my mining. Someone was like, we could probably get it to mine and move faster. And they were like, no, sir. Why do they need doors when they teleport up to the mothership and back down the other side? If only, if only. Do you think Zerg has doors? Yes. I think there's a tiny little door that enters into the hatchery. Except instead of a door, it looks like a butthole. It's a Nidus Swarm butt. All of their doors look like anuses. I know about door ants. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Protoss need a door ant. Zerg units should have more buttholes. I think that's really a defining trait of the race. And if you disagree, you're wrong. I never actually thought about that. But the Reaver and the Infestor actually do share a rough, outline, don't they? They're both kind of fat slug things that look like they have the same type of plated armor. Except one's metal and the other one's carapace. Huh. But instead of making the Infestor have 3 teeth that it drags itself forward with, they came up with this really amazing idea called legs. Hydra butthole slop. It's true. One's metal and one's paper, yeah. So. I do like the idea that Abathur looked at the Reaver and was like, generally I have an idea, but why would I make it crawl on the ground by its teeth? Abathur also looked at Kerrigan and was like, "Shit, this chick needs more high heels." There's a freaky fat mining worm planet. And both Protoss and Zerg, yeah. Well, that's definitely how Zerg works. I'm not so sure. I don't know if Protoss ever really took inspiration from animals the way Zerg did. But probably. Both spores and spine look very phallic. I don't know about that one. I don't know if I agree with that one. But, you know, maybe I just don't look at penises that often. Can we get sexual about StarCraft some other time? All conversations lead to sex. You know, ultimately, that is, it's what a lot of humans, you know, are wired to do, I'll tell you. Like, you know, Mass Effect, certainly everything comes down to sex in that game. And when they first made the game and released it, they were like, people aren't going to want to romance aliens. Like, real aliens. Like, aliens that look really different from us. And then, perhaps unsurprisingly, the first thing that people did was like, how do I have sex with this bird alien? And they're like, all right. So now we know exactly what's going to happen if aliens are real. Why is your foot wet? Why is it wet? Why? They thought, yeah, they did. Yeah. That's why they gave you 2 human romances, and then the alien you could romance was the most human-looking alien ever. I know. I mean, hindsight 2020, but did we really have a lot of context for this back in like 2005 or whatever? I don't know. Now it's like obvious to us, but like 20 years ago, you know, woman, you know, we kind of admitted that we would, you know, have sex with vampires or what other classic literature. Japan was like tentacles are on board. That's true. Yeah. You went to the bathroom. You smell. Go take a bath. Werewolves? Yeah, but like, I mean, specifically in their werewolf form. That's what I couldn't remember. But see, they said that because it was outrageous. See, this is like, that's like, you guys know, completely not related to StarCraft whatsoever. Did you know that bait dogs are actually like a myth? That basically, they don't actually exist. Certainly dogs who have been abused exist. Bait dogs. This idea that like, you know, they'll be like, this dog was a bait dog. The bigger dogs were supposed to, you know, beat up on it and kill it. And that's how they learn to be ferocious. It's actually just not a thing. And one of the interviews that kind of made it a thing, made it, you know, more of a widespread media term, was they interviewed a couple of guys who like self-admitted, you know, to having a dogfighting ring. Except they basically just trolled the interviewer. Where they were like, yeah, we fed them kittens. You know, we put kittens in a bag and then the dogs had to, you know, tear them up and stuff. And then that's also something that's been spread, right? But they're just making it up. But anyway, the sex with, you know, alien Elvis or whatever, that's because it was so absurd. People were like, not only have you not met alien Elvis, but to have sex with alien Elvis, that's insane. And now it's like, if a race of aliens look exactly like Elvis, people would really be into it. Obviously. Where is this going? I did preface that thing with this has nothing to do with StarCraft whatsoever. So Shiv has all that sex appeal. Yes. Shiv is an interesting one, to be honest with you. I love that people, like the characters in game, say that he's handsome. And he certainly has aura. But I feel like the aura does a lot to not his actual face. Hey, JW. Next I'll claim drop bears aren't real. Would prefer we go back to complaining about the patch? You don't want to talk about more anuses in the Zerg race? Because that could be the patch. The Infestor's 3 attack upgrade is a visual of a 2 attack upgrade? Okay, weird. Highly specific. Stain for the anuses. Nice. The subreddit was gushing over 8 workers, I think, when it was announced, and for maybe a week after that. So that was like 2 weeks ago, actually. But there definitely was a shift. Like, more people came in to talk about it. More people watched my video and educated themselves. Thank you very much. I almost saved StarCraft. I was this close. No, but I think just more people actually did bother to come in with a comment about it. More people did, actually play it, and some of them were totally willing to admit, like, I thought it'd be exciting and it's not. More people specifically tested things and said, this is the result, not the result you thought it was going to be. More people with a little more authority, like the pro gamers, came out and said it's not good. And so the sentiment has absolutely shifted from 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I think the initial announcement was just very good. At hope building. Yeah. Like, the hope was that it would do all the things. And then the realization is that it wouldn't, so. So once again, a patch come out of nowhere from Blizzard had people going, oh, Blizzard loves us again? Which should have always had more of a grain of salt there, considering what they did last time. And a lot of people came in and said, like, oh, I understand why 8 workers would be better. And then they were like, wait, it's not that much better. I don't understand. And then more and more people also, were like, okay, yeah, the workers X, yes or no, whatever. But hey, what about this warp gate thing? This is kind of weird. Like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. And then the most recent patch, the one 3 days ago, we're like, this Lara thing doesn't make any sense. I don't know. One worker and 400 minerals. That'll fix it. I'm honestly most upset that you can't act sanctimonious about being totally correct about all of this, because obviously anyone who's been around long enough and paid attention to how Blizzard has done things the last few years. I will pretend that I am smarter than your average bear. When I was like, that's how it's going to happen, and it happened. I think it required a minimum amount of pattern recognition, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's just, I think a lot of people, they aren't paying attention to patterns because they don't literally just do StarCraft all the time. So I don't blame anyone for that. I do blame the people who clearly are very obsessed with StarCraft who seems not to recognize the pattern, but yeah, 100% Nathanius. Yeah. Like this patch felt like the ultimate. Remember the good times? She was easy to identify which berries are poisonous. Exactly, Dave Testa. Yeah, but there's so many people who don't, and who still they don't They don't want to believe it, or they think it's still a little different. It's like, I don't know, it's been pretty par for the course so far. I feel like they overnurse everything. That's definitely a take that people have brought up, which I don't think is wrong. When mom and dad were still together. I've ranted about this before, man. It's just, it for some people, this is just so, it is just the most nostalgia baity you can get. And God, people weren't there, man. They weren't there. I was gonna relate somehow to like a war, and I felt like that was very disrespectful. So I was like, I'm gonna step aside from that one. I do love this response. I'll never not laugh at this response, honestly. Even if like I write a 20-page essay, that's something I'm really passionate about, I think I'll always chuckle at this response. You had to put your team... Wait, legitimately? People also generally think that life was generally better. Yeah, it's really hard to get a read on that one. I've asked my parents about this. Thing is, I think... For instance, I think, like my father was pretty level-headed about it. He was like, well, you know, obviously I remember some good times, but there's also this happening and that happening. But I think that this is a pretty unique thing to be happening in America, for instance, right now, and that's not great. You pinged all 60 to stop because so many people told me they were going to... Jesus. Really? Oh, yeah. Life was better in the era in the 16 to 25-ish. I thoroughly enjoyed high school. Well, I'm going to say thoroughly. That's not actually true. I definitely had some depressive episodes. But for the most part, I enjoyed high school. I enjoyed my college years. I absolutely enjoyed my 20s. And the beginning of my 30s... It was also COVID, so it wasn't great. But... hard to say. I remember the years of which I was particularly happy. And I remember just like really, really good times. Or I have a ton of nostalgia for. And I think that would be later in my life, yeah. I liked high school, but I'm definitely not the person who was like, I peaked in high school. Maybe I did, like, overall as a human, but... Her Papa Grub's thoughts on the patch. Funnily enough, my dad and I go on walks, and I did end up telling him and trying to describe the situation that is happening, right? And he kind of got it when I put it in StarCraft terms, but then I was like, in my opinion, this is like if basketball was like, hey, we used to not have a three-point shot. And we need to go back to that because basketball was so much better before the three-point shot. And then that's completely ignoring other rules that have also come into play since that time, as well as just like general, like the athletes that we now have, how much like bigger and stronger and more concentrated they are on basketball. Like it just ignores everything else, right? As if that will fix modern basketball. And my dad got it then. He was like, okay. That's actually, it's kind of happening in golf, apparently. My dad's a big golfer. And he was saying that now they need to consider changing the golf courses, or they need to consider changing Thank you, a dog wearing shades, for the 100 bits. Oh my god. The place where they drive from. Because players have actually gotten so good that they're like the golf courses are actually getting easier. The tee, thank you. Jesus. I was like, I play some golf. I do some things. Como isn't great, but you get 64-ounce margaritas. Jesus. Is sign to start touching grass more? Don't remember most of my decades. Uh-oh. Then go back to my times below my 28-ish. You don't want to, so it must have been really bad. Oh, damn. Instead of doing a 3-point, they had some other complete. Sure, yeah, that too. Because, you know, obviously this also had, like, the warp gate change in the larva. Basketball used to be a team sport instead of a game dominant. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, that's another good analogy for this. Yeah, no, it's absolutely relevant. The part where people are better. Yeah, no, I didn't just mention that to mention it for basketball. That's absolutely equivalent to what's happening. There was no Cyril. There was no Clem. Even Maru obviously has improved since his first SSL win or whatever the fuck he won. Because it was just who could click faster. Yeah, Brood War's not like that at all. Cool. Sounds like one of those like they do have a problem of some type, but they're not even sure exactly what the problem is. Someone from Met, they just leaked the next. Okay, apparently World of Warcraft have, first of all the details. Second of all, are actually just the most gossipy people. I feel like every time we hear anything, it's like somehow it came from a World of Warcraft source. A lot of builds got... Yes, exactly, yeah. Either they were figured out or they were nerfed. But, like, I mean, you saw this in Brood War. You literally see this in Brood War. As someone who just tracked the entirety of Brood War, like, literally... Boxer stopped being good at StarCraft because they doubled the amount of workers. Wait a minute. It's because the game evolved? No. I don't think that's true. It's amazing how many, just any competition, even apparently competitive climbing has changed. They changed the rules of 8-ball to speed up bar games? Huh. As someone apparently pointed out on the StarCraft Reddit, they sped up chess 700 years ago. How long before a hotfix? There already was one, apparently, right? They pushed it to live, and they're like, oh, shit! So let's say... I think they'll fix some type of, like, bug or tweak something, but I don't think they'll actually, like, significantly change the patch. What a weird timeline they apparently put Blizzard on, the intern on as well. Like, what is this? What is this got to be done by the 25th thing? In my opinion, far worse than Reactor Cyclone. Oh, it's definitely. Yeah, the Reactor Cyclone, I mean, definitely initially had its strengths. As in, like, not just its strength, but, like, too strong. But I think that's created bad games. They want Cyril to win BlizzCon. And by win BlizzCon, you mean win the elaborate show match where it's going to be a bunch of crossovers and not even like an actual competitive StarCraft 2 tournament? It's possible. This is another thing I feel like people might have misunderstood what's happening at BlizzCon. The RSL finals, and literally only the finals are happening. And the other thing that's happening is a show match. So, I don't know why people are so excited about it. If you're just like, I think it's fun, then of course you can be excited. But I mean, as far as like seeing top tier StarCraft at BlizzCon again, I'm like, no. That's not what's going to happen. This shit sucks. Doesn't it, though? Doesn't it? We get a good amount of chatting going on, though. The StarCraft streams have never been chattier. What are you downloading? Okay, just the word zealots, all right. Here we go. 28 larvae in the first 5 minutes. Now produces 31 with number 32 coming out 5 seconds after. So you get 4 more larvae. Yeah, that's a pretty good example. What gripes do you have with the patch? Oh boy, here we go. Okay, all right. 1, the 8-worker change would have never done what people think it would, which was increase strategic variety. Why do I believe so strongly in this? Because we had 6 workers in 2 expansions, and both expansions, they continued to narrow in their build orders and strategic variety because a lot of other things also changed. And there's some baseline mechanics of StarCraft 2's economy that affect things far more than the starting worker count does. 2, let's consider that they do change a day workers, which they have. They are not spending enough time changing something that starts at minute 0. It's foundational, right? This starts immediately, so it affects everything beyond it, right? They aren't testing it. And the last time they changed the baseline economy to StarCraft 2, they spent a year, less than a year in beta, but still. And then obviously we're updating it and correcting things for the next 5 years after that. And they literally changed more than just the worker start count to compensate for things that changed. Because they tested it and said, oh shit, like this has to change, this has to change. That didn't happen here. They did acknowledge, oh shit, we had to change something like the macro mechanic. And then they proceeded to change it in a way that has possibly made Zerg super broken. Warp gate changes. Warp gate changes also need to be really tested because again, it's not exactly minute 0 foundational, but it's still a pretty fucking big part of an entire race, right? Also needed to be extensively tested. It is a huge change. The attempt to make gateways as viable as Warp Gate and to have them basically have like 2 different options, that strategic variety they're going for, Probably would have needed to actually change the gateway units themselves, which then would have had to, again, change warp gate and then back and forth until you just realize that it's very difficult to change a mechanic that was designed into StarCraft in 2007 or something. So that didn't get appropriately tested either. What's the other thing that happened? I think those are the three biggest things. As far as like the ghost interaction, someone else can comment on that. Also, I think the amount of people who are interested in a worker change is matched by people who are not interested in a worker change. I think the amount of people who are going to not desire relearning is much higher than they think. I think this directly hurts the very small esports scene that was left and is basically disrespectful toward it. And the upside that's supposed to exist if you do that, the whole like we don't have to care about esports as long as the game is fun, doesn't actually exist. There's hardly any amounts of extra people playing StarCraft because of these changes. So you just have pissed off the very, again, small esports community. And there are a significant number of people who actually just watch StarCraft. We've always been fairly unique in that. And you just piss them off too. So, yeah. I think that covers all the main talking points. The other one is the lack of communication. And yeah, I said testing already, just to highlight, like, they haven't really tested these things. But there's no communication as far as to, like, we'll keep an eye on things. This is what we think will fix about this. And we're not just going to leave you hanging and come back in a year because that's what we did last time. It just feels very, fuck you, I don't actually care that much. Enjoy your stupid game. Of course Pig would be excited. Pig is, one, generally optimistic. Yeah, I'd say that. Two, did think the worker change was going to significantly change StarCraft in a good way, which I just completely disagree with him on that. And three, he is probably one of the people who is going to get an initial bump from it being new, no matter how it's new, as far as people looking for who to watch and all the strategy guides that are going to come out. But I would say mostly he's just the type of person not to sit on stream and be like, this sucks. Thanks, Rolf Sloth. Thanks, guys. Go away. At least they're paying attention to the game now. No! Don't fall into the fallacy. No, don't do it. There is no reason to believe that they will do something different than they did 8 months ago. 8 months ago, they dropped the surprise patch that apparently was done by Blizzard, and everyone was surprised and hopeful. They're like, oh, Blizzard loves us again. They tested it for about a week, and then they patched it with some feedback, and that seemed decent enough. And then we said, great, we can continue testing it. And then within a week, they pushed it to live without any forewarning. And we said, well, okay, but at least they're paying attention to us. And then they didn't pay attention to us for 8 months. Rinse and repeat. I don't know, man. I don't know. Don't you have a wireless headset? I do have a wireless headset. No, I think it's just I think Pig is just more of a happy-go-lucky guy who just tries to see the benefit. Maybe they need a larger data pool. Or maybe they are doing exactly what they did last year. Why would you... What makes you believe that they've improved? Oh, to the people leaving. I gotcha. There are better players on the ladder than the pros. They just have real jobs, so they play fast cheeses before work. That is a joke, right? A community manager would probably reduce friction. Yes, but we know that's not going to happen. You know, I think yeah, there's just no one who's going to be that person. Even then, they would just get the crappy job of dressing shitty things up in a nice suit and tie. I don't think that would change the substance. But you're right, it might reduce some friction because they'll say the right things. They'll say like, yeah, we're going to pay attention and we're considering more changes, and we'll be like, yay, and then they'll disappear for 8 months. I mean, at least they're not lying to us. At no point in any of these patch notes did they say, we are going to test it for 3 weeks without touching anything, including bug fixes, then update things based on feedback a little bit, have you test that for 3 days, and then push it live. If they had, that would have been correct, but they didn't lay out their game plan, so they've never lied. They would have to communicate to lie, yes. Perplexed why the intern didn't approach any of the casters or pro players. Well, you know, here's the thing. Okay. One, I do think that would have been nice, especially if they do respect someone enough to look at their videos and think that they have good points. So like Pig. And then, yeah. Probably, I would suggest not making that public. But we know they definitely didn't do that. Two, the person that is publicly known did go around publicly asking for feedback, specifically on the 8-worker change, like 2 or 3 months ago at this point. And I say publicly because they made a public Discord. They invited the community. So, yeah. But they also messaged, like, pros and content, or some of them anyway. And the feedback was generally negative. Now, the person who collected that feedback was not necessarily told to do so, which is weird. But then also, you know, the hey, boss, these guys didn't really like it, might have also been communicated and then ignored. Because the intern does whatever the intern wants. They did lie to us because they weren't correctly implemented. Yeah, it's a gray area, isn't it? It's like, I don't know. I was trying to think of some analogy. That's basically saying you tried your best to do what you said you would. That's their best. You're not feeling it? Yeah. And this was the case last time. That, you know, the patch went live with some bugs that weren't fixed for a while, and it wasn't like nothing was wrong with it. But it was a small enough patch in comparison to this one that even if it wasn't implemented, amazingly, or they did the whole kind of, we're definitely just kidding, it's live. It didn't matter as much. People weren't as upset. It was certainly a choice, Sir Bossy. It certainly was. Yeah. But the idea that this has been thought on since something like February or March, I think it was March, is actually kind of mind-boggling. Just because, again, I really, really, really feel like they did no research into it. I thought they just fight his premier tournament because the guy probably doesn't even know what's happening. Because whoever does know what's happening said it doesn't really matter. They'll probably be happy that there's a change so people will watch their stupid tournament. Or we have to do it by a certain date because Blizzard said so. So sorry, maestros, but get fucked. Discord server was Omni's idea. Well, I'm trying to be generous because I don't know all the details. But I do know that someone was gathering feedback. Why not because we don't know the editor. And apparently this intern needs help implementing everything. And Scarlett left us. So did Ollie. Don't Finger, how do you think the community would feel about more extreme changes? It really depends on what the extreme changes are. Because a lot of people, this is an extreme change until, more information came out. And it's like, it's not extreme as in it drastically changes the game, but it might be extreme as in it drastically changes, like, how dominant a race is. But as far as, like, suddenly everything's available and all the games are super action-packed and there's no more of this bad thing that happened, like, no, of course not. But more extreme changes, like adding a unit or removing macro mechanics or I don't know, what other extreme things are there? Forcing everyone to play on a map that is like a 30-second rush distance or lower. At the end of the day, I'd say all of these things, yeah, would be more exciting, but would still probably reduce down to, like, are we actually going to pay attention to what all of this means? And then people would be like, I don't know, we can't trust Blizzard to not fuck this up. Intern might not have given a damn what the opinion was. Oh, yeah. And I suggested that, right? Which is like, they could have given the feedback. And the intern was like, I don't fucking care. Maybe the feedback was negative and this person favors a less worker economy. So they were like, I'm not going to give the feedback that was negative. So Scarlet and Zero Space engineered it. It's coincidental. It's coming around their demo. And that they just happen to extend the demo a couple more days after the weekend. That is pretty suspicious timing. We don't even know there is an intern? No, we know there's an intern. Like, there's no interest in having feedback, and I was like, I should make a Discord to get feedback. Sure. Like, if someone has confirmation on something, then I'll go with it. But until I get, confirmation that this is how it happened, I'm just like, general terms only. So, yes, he made a Discord for general feedback and messaged a bunch of content creators for feedback. Don't know if the feedback was given. Don't know if the feedback was cared about. How do we know there's an intern? People have reported talking to him. So apparently, like, the Chinese tournament organizers asked, and were told 25th was the deadline. Other people have reported seeing conversations with the intern, let's say. Obviously, we don't know if he's actually intern, just to be super specific. We know there is a person who works at Blizzard who changes things occasionally. But that's all we know. 80 unpaid hours. The suspicion that is not confirmed, but the suspicion is that it's the same guy in all of the classic teams. Heroes of the Storm, StarCraft, and Warcraft. And that possibly, again, this is rumor, guesswork. It could be a guy who actually used to be a Warcraft 3 pro. And so that's that plus probably like Blizzard actually wants to work with Warcraft more. Is why Warcraft gets more patches than us. Feeling when he gets replaced with Fable 5. Not if the United States government has something to say about it. It is, yeah. And just like they call him the janitor and Heroes of the Storm. Recap on the timeline. PTR is pushed with lofty goals filled with incorrect notes and riddled with bugs. Takes 3 weeks before a follow-up PTR 2, also with incorrect notes and missing information, as well as an unjustified larva change. There is a justification for the larva change. Like, again, they didn't give one, if that's what the guy means. But you can deduce that they're trying to compensate for the worker change. But yeah. That is so egregious, it takes a follow-up hot fix with no notes at all. Then slap it live 3 days later. Yeah, that is the appropriate recap. It's pretty bad. Execute Order 66. Nexus now gives 12, not 13 supply. Seems like it was actually fixed in live. And then they nerfed it back to 175. Okay. And then they also changed the energy recharge back. Do the loudest people just get results? I mean, it depends on what you mean. Do you mean like Pig is the loudest? I think it's pretty clear that the intern watches Pig videos. But Pig isn't communicating with the guy, so don't blame Pig. If you mean like the community was very loud in support of the workers, that isn't the case. Did the ghost actually get nerfed? I forget where the ghost lies, to be honest with you. Nah, race whiners. No, I don't think this had to do with race whining much at all, actually. I think it's, very legitimately Zergs might have had a problem with the lower worker start. Because it wasn't just a worker change that happened in the last 10 years of StarCraft 2. There were other changes to the economy. And buffs and nerfs across the board. And we need a face. Well, I already said I'm blaming Pig for everything, so. I have logic that tells me that Pig isn't at all involved in any of the changes. And if he was, he would have absolutely voted for more time to test. He would have voted for other changes to be added. He would have railed against what is currently happening. My brain tells me that, but my heart says, fucking a pitchfork. I need it. I need someone to yell at. Hearthstone deserves at least a little blame. If Hearthstone wasn't so chill in his YouTube videos, if he was angrily yelling like some alt-right podcaster, would we be in the situation we're in? Thought Reddit already blamed Omni. Well, so people initially chose Pig because they were like, wait a minute, isn't this what Pig was doing? Then people correctly pointed out that Omni had connections, at least talked to the person working at Blizzard. And we could say that he talked to us about the 8 workers specifically. But then Omni clarified that he didn't reason one, did the 8 workers. He mostly did the medevac change. But he still likes less workers. And that is kind of where we're at right now, actually. Some people continue to blame a specific person. Some people are back to just, saying, Blizzard! What's wrong with alt-writers? Well, that's a question. Oh, yeah, that's true, actually, as well. This is why it's... It's tough. I really don't want to... I want to talk and complain about someone who I think's been, kind of, let's say, silly about the approach to this. But then I also really don't want to witch hunt anyone, which is just what will happen when you have viewers and you complain about someone. But yes, that is another aspect to it, is that kind of a general overview was given, but then the person continued to vehemently defend certain choices and even suggest sillier things, I guess. And then people were like, wait, so you had more impact than what you're saying? Like, what exactly is it? And the truth is, we'll just never know. Then you should bake for a year. I certainly don't think you can blame anyone but Blizzard for this timeline that we're on. If you want to have the most reasonable take in the world, it's this should have been tested more. If you want to be super, super safe and not have anyone hate you, you can just be like, oh, I wish they tested it more. Overwatch should have been allowed to die. Instead of parasiting StarCraft 2 and HOTS. That's a weird way to put it. You're not exactly wrong, but it's like, yeah, as much as I hated Overwatch League, I don't, you can't really blame Overwatch. If it wasn't Overwatch, it was going to be something else. The head of games there is an AI pusher. That's not true though, is it? Hasn't that already been basically disproven via her actions? Again, I'm not trying to defend some rich person. But I feel like everyone was like, this lady's going to be the worst. She worked in AI and she's going to do more AI. And then all the announcements from Microsoft have actually been surprisingly okay. StarCraft 2 is at its best when no one knows what's going on. You can still do that in StarCraft 2, though. You know how many times I proxied all 3 of my tech buildings, or my production facilities, as Terran, and then made the game incredibly unique? Like, I really hope that people who are like, oh, it's such a samey game, aren't the ones who are like, time to do my 3CC build again. Codex should have been outed. Well, actually, if you really want to put the blame on something, you absolutely could put the blame on Overwatch, but not really Overwatch so much as Titan. You just lose now if you don't. That's not true, though. I played Masters League, fucking do whatever the hell I want, and I won enough games to stay in Masters League. There's a certain benefit to it being, one, a ladder that is based around trying to get you to 50% win record, and 2, a mechanical game as well as a strategic game. Again, proxied all 3 buildings. And the inspiration was Fantasy, who also proxied all 3 buildings. Made a battlecruiser, a Hellion drop into a battlecruiser into a tank bush. And that build did great on ladder, as in at least like a 50% win record. For 10 years. I don't know about now. I haven't done it in a while. More people aren't considering we'll get Diablo 2 treatment. We just don't have anything else yet, I think is the biggest thing. We don't have anything else that makes it appealing to invest in us. So Diablo 2 got a remaster. Broodware got a remaster, sure. But then it also has like Diablo Immortal. It has Diablo 4. I think there's a certain amount of generally, the general IP being used, right? And we might get more attention when the shooter's released. You would expect at least the bare minimum there'd be some type of crossover promotion. This is why the timing of this is so odd again. Now, the timing of this, if it had been generally well received, might have been fine. But the timing of this is like, let's not really care about the community. A few months before we actually do announce something with StarCraft again is very odd. You just played Random Cube Berserk and just wanted to look at my screen. The guy saw your Overlord and was like, I'm out. Good night. I think it's like the path of. I have no idea about that. My point is just that they're investing in the IP and a lot of these other things. Like Warcraft has World of Warcraft, obviously. So there's a little more incentive to kind of doing it all. Still not that much, right? Because Diablo 2 did not think it was ever going to get a patch and an expansion, but I don't want a new race in StarCraft 2. I don't want it. Give us war dogs. You might mean war hounds, which were incredibly broken. Yeah, okay. Yeah, those are very broken. They also just weren't very interesting. Neither is the Cyclone, to be fair. The inspiration for new Terran units has been a little lacking. I thought the Herc looked cool and was like a neat idea. Probably not really something you can truly play around with in a competitive game. And the Wood of Mine is cool enough. But if you bring a new unit in, I want that dog panther robot that they have in the campaign. Yeah, I think the Warhound design was ugly. The Cyclone design is also... I think the Cyclone is actually the worst visually designed unit in StarCraft. It's a box. Thankfully, there's nothing else that really has that much of a box-like structure, but... Let's delete Protoss. Okay, I'm on board so far. And buff them to add them back in... So it's a new race, but like not. I don't know why that purged your comment. That's funny. Or the Diamondback. Diamondback is still not my favorite design, but it is cooler. Yeah. I think Protoss actually has some of the coolest units. I think Protoss is kind of proven to be, a lot of people will point to the Protoss balance. They'll say Protoss is the best, and that's why it's played the most. A lot of people will point to Protoss ease. Protoss is the easiest race to play, and that's why it's played a lot. But I feel like there is a lot of legitimateness to someone who says, I just think Protoss is the coolest race, and that's why it gets played a lot. I mean, I do feel like Protoss has a little more rule of cool to it than the other races, especially after a bunch of nerfs have happened. Yeah, exactly. Let's make Protoss as unfun instead of making all the other races as fun. And really, I think it's just Zerg who's the most unfun. And I think that has, definitely a lot to do with the amount of nerfs. Well, that's not a hot take. I mean, anytime anyone's like, I like Brood War more in any aspect compared to StarCraft 2, people will be like, But if you say the opposite, if you're like, I like StarCraft 2 in this aspect more than Brood War, are you dumb? Are you stupid? What's wrong with you? I remember. No one has mentioned discussions. Yes, we actually avoided talking about gas entirely because obviously the mining was the focus, and because gas, I think, is just such a... It's obviously important, but minerals are like the most foundational thing ever, right? But the gas was actually like literally divided into two gas geysers because StarCraft 2 developers thought that would increase strategic diversity. Toss Broodwar units are also pretty boring. I mean, I think the Stalker is actually Blink Stalker is one of the coolest, most fluid units ever designed in an RTS. Like the way that it works always feels satisfying. To me, it's equivalent to like Marine Micro. It just, once you learn to do it well, you feel really cool. It always works the way that you expect it to. It doesn't feel overpowered, but it's definitely fun. Oh, I don't think split gas is that interesting either. Anytime, I'm gonna say this, I guess. There have been times where Protoss, especially, right, have done like fake gases, like fake fourth gas instead of just 3 or even just 2. But I feel like I got over that pretty quickly. Because I just remember like 2 years into StarCraft, that was the most genius thing that Genius could do. He faked taking the fourth gas, guys. And I was just like, is that it? And in that game, it was. Like, that was the only interesting thing. It didn't work either, I think. He died anyway. Yeah. But I was just like, I think it's neat to learn, and people point out like, that's what changes and that's what changes. But I don't think it's this like thing that maybe the StarCraft developers had in mind. Okay, good. All of you agree the Stalker is really cool. The Blink DT. All right, I was like a huge hater on the Blink DT when it was first revealed to us at a summit. I was like, this is the worst idea I've ever heard of. But it wasn't that bad, and I think once we initially everyone thought it was a terrible thing anyway. Initially, no one made them. Right? Like it was lull. And then, what is Fear Dragon hemming about? Day 9's first StarCraft 2 daily was 6-7. Did I say that? I said initially I thought it was a terrible idea. I thought it was so stupid. And then they didn't use it. No one was using it. Everyone thought it was bad. Oh, that's where you picked up on it. Everyone thought it was bad, as in the professional scene said it's not actually worth it. I see. Yeah, but that is true. Initially, when it was released, everyone was like, lol. They dicked around with it for a little bit, and then they're like, it's not really worth it. And then it took a couple of years for, like, legitimate DT play first to appear, and I think that was really just using it to snipe Terran planetaries in the late stages. And obviously, Classic had that famous one in 2019, but I think before that, like, there was just... I think when it first released, besides the memers... it was like, no one's ever really going to research it anyway. Yeah, of course you believed, but whatever. But I thought it was just a terrible idea, and then I'm like, it's okay. But I don't think it's not that satisfying. Even before they kind of nerfed the surround DT blink, the delay on the swipe. It was funny. But I don't think it was nearly as satisfying as Stalkers. Ranting about how he only had to save 1 DT one time for forever. And for Classic, I got that snipe with it? No, that's not how it happened. Wait, what is it? Wait. You only had to save 1 DT one time for forever? I don't know about the first part of the sentence. I'm a little confused by. But like I said, it wasn't Classic sniping the hive when everyone was like, let's use DTs. DTs were already being used, but certainly not as in that fashion. You're definitely right about that. But then I would argue they were never really, once again, used in that fashion. Oh, to break even on researching it. Ah, gotcha. I see. Fair enough. Yeah. But I'm pretty positive people were building DTs in the late game to snipe planetaries long before classic CT Blink. It's like they're snorting coke, spitballing wacky ideas, and screaming, fuck it. I suppose one of the earlier believers. Yeah, for sure, that too, as well. Like I said, I mean, you could argue it is the case that I think the effectiveness of Blink first appeared in late game amongst the professional scene. And it required, like an SOS or a classic to do like a build around it. Yeah, I think if they added a Dark Archon, people would be super excited. Imagine if they added the Dark Archon back, and then they also made a new Archon. The Gray Archon. When you actually merge an HT and a DT, they didn't just make a regular Archon. That's what they do. They'd make a gray one. Need Pride Archons. Does Blizzard even care about Pride? Why are our Archons not rainbow colors? There was a thing called Twilight Archon in the StarCraft 2 Alpha. Oh. Or give Archons a slash dance for Pride. What dance would be for Pride? Yeah, I don't know what it did. Well, I just completely massacred that one. Twilight Archon was replaced by the Archon in 2008. Could be created by merging either 2 High Templar, 2 Dark Templar, or one of each. So this was actually the predecessor to the Archon. This wasn't actually an addition. The true abilities are shrouded in mystery. They're described as attacking with Psionic Storm. And then they also match team color. They had the feedback ability. And that's all we know, I guess. Yeah, the Oracle is a disco ball. It took all the lighting. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I never usually go to the StarCraft wiki. I go to Wikipedia. Yeah, I think it's Cast Storm. Yeah, and then I guess, yeah, probably did have feedback. I don't... Hello. I feel like I don't think this is an actual Twilight Archon. It seems like a fan thing. This is the Korean wiki. Just imagine. Can you imagine? Oh, is it like a Giga Archon? Stats gradually decrease from shield 1200, health 100 to 1100 to 500 100. Okay. Well, that's also maybe units also just generally had more health at some point in StarCraft. You know, we watched Husky's half damage mod. I wonder if there's a twice the health and shield mod. And how that would look. Also, wait, does co-op also have 8 workers now? Or they're going to keep 12 there? Because that would require a lot. But it's not the most problematic thing about it, for sure, but I feel like that is a little problematic. StarCraft 2 is code spaghetti. A 40-year-old dad with 20 kids only has time to play one 2v2 game biannually. Can I explain like I'm 5 what the larva problem is? More larva available to Zerg, more units available to Zerg, compounding interest displayed in real-time strategy. Problematic. Did I do it right? I'm between co-op and 1v1 actually. That's what I'm thinking. Like I don't think it's the most catastrophic thing, but I do think that's actually really awkward. Has anyone checked Archon mode? Oh god, you guys. Oh my god. Does Archon mode still have 12 workers? Someone check on it. But now the co-op to 1v1 pipeline is a little messed up now. Actually, you know, if that is a legitimate pipeline, it is somewhat. I mean, I don't think it's getting a lot of people, but it is somewhat a pipeline. That's really weird now. Well, I didn't think about the obvious larva issues. I think they hoped that it was such a small change. So initially it was 1.7 seconds over a minute, right? That it would help compensate for the lower worker start, but not snowball out of control. 5-year-old would say what's compounding interest. That's true. Besides that, I think I did okay. No. How does this guy keep getting stupider? Is it the same stupid guy? Stasmints. If you kick, you have 30-second longer start. It's crazy. All right. I think I gotta finally mute this guy, by the way. I unlocked the Flag Panther. Great. It's not just a 30-second longer start. However, even if it was, so first of all, it'd be longer than 30 seconds. Let's agree on 90 seconds. Let's agree on that, right? As far as when you feel like, you know, you're back to where you were, I guess. That is considerable, as in it's why they change it in the first place to get rid of it. That dude has the -100. Yeah, he's downvoted everywhere he goes. So I'm complimenting him in a way, actually. I'm saying he continues to impress me with his trolling. If it doesn't change anything, then why are we doing it? Why are you excited for a change that doesn't do anything? First question. Second question. Do you really think that it does nothing? Have you read people's experiences and seen that it doesn't do nothing because of everything else that affects the game of StarCraft 2 that makes it completely different from Brood War? You don't enjoy Brood War because you start on 4 workers. And you didn't not enjoy StarCraft 2 because it started on 12. But yes, also what Gigi said, it's perfectly reasonable to quit if you don't enjoy the game anymore for whatever reason. But I feel like you're engaging from a place of confidence when it seems like you have done very little research into the issues. You didn't come in and say, yeah, I see how everyone's really concerned about Zerg at this point in time, but I'm still excited for the 8 workers because I like that it's a bit of a slower start. You didn't do that, did you? No, you have to look at Neeb's face, who's probably looks completely different now. How old is this picture? 4 years? Although he has a baby face, maybe he hasn't changed at all. Can he even drink in the States? He's been able to drink for, I think, 7 years. The last time I remember hanging out with him was probably 2019 BlizzCon. And that year, I think he was 20. He was a year away. Yo, I've been afraid of Zerg since HOTS. Yeah, congratulations. You've come back at a wonderful time. It's like when I changed to Terran in 2011. You want to be able to abduct sea chunks again? That's what I can... Oh, then you can like it. Then you, yeah, go, yeah, please. You drank with Nate pre-COVID? Drinking with him pre-COVID and him being legal to drink in the States might be 2 different things. He might have gotten drunk that same year. We were in the hotel lobby and the bartender was very, very eagle-eyed when it came to giving underage people drinks. But that doesn't mean other things didn't happen. We could literally just look up his age. I mean, I don't know. Let's determine. Let's get it out there. Did Neeb drink underage? Oh, I was spot on. He's 28. Check it out. So well, I guess that actually means because he's born in February. Hold on, someone do the math. Why am my brain not working? BlizzCon is November. November 2019. He would have been 21. So I must be thinking about 2018's BlizzCon. Was when I saw him not able to drink. There we go. For all we know, Neeb is a good boy who never did any underage drinking. You gotta be like 40 or something, basically. Don't even play the game. I'm really excited for this change because it's gonna make it even easier to continue not playing the game. Beautiful. They may not have been as eagle-eyed. Oh, there's this bartender at the hotel. I mean, obviously I don't blame him at all. He'd get in tons of trouble if it was found out. But this guy was particularly on point. Well, America is all about the freedom. The freedom to get an abortion in any state. The freedom to smoke cigarettes at 18. You have to be 21, basically, in all the states now, if you guys didn't know that. The freedom to drink alcohol whenever you want. The freedom to smoke marijuana at any state. The freedom to... what else don't we do? The freedom to enlist in the military before you can drink and smoke. You're welcome. We have freedom to die in a pointless war, exactly. It's at 18. I mean, that's no, wait, no, Nathanias, that's a perk. Hold on. It's not playing the game. The freedom to protest, but only in the most orderly fashion that never disrupts anyone and doesn't actually get anything accomplished. Anytime you so much as interfere with people walking to work, anything you're protesting for is just null and void. As we all know, any change that has ever changed in the history of the world has done so without interrupting anything. Did you just say this? Didn't they patch this? Oh my god, Durares. Didn't they patch the illegals out of the US? Jesus Christ. Yeah, wait, walking to work. Hold on. That's true. That's true. Where can you walk to work? You can't even walk to the football stadium. I mean, wars aren't pointless to make a few people a lot of money. That's true. Or they keep them out of jail. Back to 2013 levels of balance, the glory days, where StarCraft 2 was absolutely peak. Wasn't it, though? Wasn't it? Wasn't it, though? Ay, ay, ay. I need to go make dinner. Just gonna downvote. Blasting me for Florida. I don't. I mean, it sounds like something we would do. I don't not believe it. Making maps out of 180 degrees of main coverage for Blink. Good luck trying to defend this, Zerg players with 80 drones. Bullies. Oh, good times. Oh, so mostly I was bullying you. Just so we cleared that up. It's good. That's good. That's such good times in that studio. Shit. Am I rioting? I'm not rioting. I think it's really bad. But you know, I just don't have the strength anymore. You know, last time I rioted over a patch, which I was totally right about. It was too much. It was too much. Felt bad about it. I'm trying to take a chiller approach, man. I miss the studio. Probably, apparently, the only cost-effective broadcast that StarCraft has ever had. Made more money than it cost to produce. And yet, it's cut. Like, cut it. Impressive? Well, you know, consider that they paid us pretty well, I'm not gonna lie. But, like, the observers and the admins are paid, like, $200 for, like, 17-hour workday. there were some, like, not-okay things, but... 4 a.m. Starbucks runs? God, yeah. Sometimes I'd be on those runs. Ugh. Oh, what was that guy's name that took care of us, though? Yeah, Jeff making the PA quit was that was top tier. But who was the other, the really cool guy? Oh, yeah, it's such a unique name. Damn. I wish I remembered. He was really nice to us. Sometimes he'd get us Starbucks. He was always really chill. He also was kind of confused by the PA that quit. Damn. Fear Dragon must not be paying attention. I feel like he'd remember. The whole team was awesome. Yeah, except for that one guy who joined and promptly quit. Amazing. You think it's kind of funny they YOLO pushed it? I mean, in a way, you know, you gotta laugh if you want to cry, you should just laugh instead. Maybe they'll get data. They're not going to use the data though. There's no reason to trust that they'll use this as a more testing ground and not just dip for 8 months or at least 3. Maybe something will happen around BlizzCon. Who knows? That's also, I think, optimistic. This portrait called Baneling in the game looks like a queen now. That's actually a precursor to the next patch. All queens will have the ability to explode like a baneling, but it'll be like 5 times larger. Actually, kind of sounds fun. Damn it. Anyway, Queen Nukes, exactly. I'm gonna go before this ad plays. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see what happens with StarCraft. Good times. See you Wednesday. Bye-bye.